सेकंड मैच है आज, ओडीआई सेकंड मैच है, तो उसे पता है उनको, उसको पता है। कल मैच हो चुका है, इंडिया जीती, आज दूसरा ऐसे करके वो अपने।
हेलो चेक।
हाँ वही सेम सेम हो गया यार, नहीं 50 ओवर हाँ टाइम जो है आज तो करेक्ट टाइम पे।
Welcome to a day of limited over cricket where every run, every wicket, every boundary counts. Another day, another battle. The stage is set for a thrilling clash between Indian team and Sri Lankan team. And it's toss time. Sri Lanka won the toss and have elected to bowl first. The toss is done, the stage is set, pitch looks promising, the sun is shining, and the stage is ready for a day of cricketing drama. Guest team Sri Lanka won the toss and have elected to bowl first and have invited the host Indian team to come and bat first.
आप प्रेजेंटेटर हो, एंकर हो, कमेंटेटर, आप बिंदास चालू चालू होता है ना, तो सब खड़े हो, सुनो ना मैं क्या बोलता हूँ, जब सब खड़े होते हैं ना, आप बिंदास बीच में खड़े रहो, समझ रहे हो? आपके हाथ में माइक है, आप बिंदास बीच में खड़े रहो और वहाँ से चालू करो। गुड मॉर्निंग, दूसरा मैच, ये सब पूरा उसके बारे में बोलो, मैच क्या थी, तो मैच के बारे में बोलो, ठीक है? अभी कैसा कि मैं मेरे को 2-3 जन खड़े हुए, आपने बोलना चालू कर दिया, वैसा वो नहीं अच्छा लगता। तो आप कैसा कि आप बीच में आओगे ना, तो आप बोलना चालू करो, बिंदास बोलते चालू करो। उसमें क्या है ना, वो सामने जो उधर बैठा है ना, उसको मालूम ही नहीं पड़ता है कि चालू हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, वैसा। तो मैं क्या करूँगा ना, मैं तुम्हारे इसमें क्लोजअप रहूँगा ना, तो मैं वहाँ से स्टार्ट करूँगा, वैसा। तो आपको एक रूल देता हूँ, मेरा तो वो क्लिप नहीं है, जो हम टॉस करते ना, उसका क्लिप नहीं है, तो मैं आपको क्लिप बताता हूँ कि प्रॉपर अभी तक इधर प्रॉपर हो नहीं सकता कि ये सब मतलब हेड से इसी करके, लेकिन अभी कैसा है कि वो हेड तो वो टेल वो लोग ऐसे ही बोलते हैं, पगली बात क्या लगता है? हाँ
पेपर तो 10 बजे से पहले स्टार्ट ही नहीं होता कोई सा। पेपर तो 10 बजे से पहले स्टार्ट नहीं होगा।
पता नहीं उसको सुबह मैसेज आया कि पेपर ऑनलाइन शिफ्ट हो गया, तो वो 9 साढ़े 9 तक पहुंच जाएगा।
चलो ठीक रहेगा फिर भी। हेलो चेक, हेलो चेक, हेलो हेलो।
ठीक है,
मैंने उस पर कर रखा है, कम ज़्यादा करने दो। हेलो चेक, हेलो 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 चेक, हेलो हेलो चेक, हेलो हेलो।
Both the teams are set to lock the thorns once again for the second ODI match between India versus Sri Lanka. Yesterday, we saw a clash, the first match between India and Sri Lanka, where India took a point and won the opening match. The umpires are on the crease. The two umpires of the match, Lekhraj and Harry, with our match referee, Ravi Rawat. The Sri Lankan team is on the field. Yesterday we saw Indian team won the toss and elected to bowl first and invited the guest team to bat first. And then we saw some struggle on the crease by the guest team. India bowled out Sri Lankan team on just 218 runs, and they chased down 219 runs in just 35.5 overs with an ease, and the Indian openers are off to the crease. The stage is set for the high-octane match. Today, the coin was flipped and fell in the benefits of guest team Sri Lanka, where the Sri Lankan captain won the toss and elected to bowl first and invited the home team to bat first. As it's the sunny winter morning in Delhi Roshanara Club, the dew is on the field, the outfield is a little wet, and we also saw it yesterday that the first few overs, it's tough for batter to adjust on the crease, especially to the fast bowlers. Plays the call from the umpire. First ball of the match. Drifted away from the batter. and drived it into the deep point for the first boundary of the match. That's the way Indian team wanted to start it. The momentum on which they left it on yesterday, they have picked it right from there. Great start from the openers of Indian team. Played and missed. The strategy is simple, to keep it to a little offside and keep it away from the player. Trying to find a swing in the early morning. A great drive, but a great field as well. A miscommunication between the two. The non-striker wanted to take a run, but his partner denied. It's the early start of the match. They won't want an unnecessary mishap between the wickets. A misfield. Non-striker again wanted to take a run. There's a slight change in the opening pair. Indranil Sadhu Khan opens for Team India today with the same opener, the hero of yesterday's match, Santosh Kumar Mohapatra. The pitch seems quite flat as compared to yesterday and is coming nice on the bat. If batter spent some more time, flicked it to the square leg, batter will come back for two and will complete it. By the end of the first over, India 6 without any loss. Santosh Kumar Mohapatra on strike. First time in the second ODI match. The way Santosh batted yesterday, he completely thrashed Sri Lanka out of the game. The positive intent Santosh carries in his gameplay is quite commendable. The basic difference that we saw in yesterday's match between Sri Lankan team batting side and Indian batting side was the strategy to rotate the strike. Sri Lankans were finding it quite difficult to rotate the strike and clock the scoreboard, but as compared to the Indian team, they were quite comfortable in rotating the strike with every ball Some disturbance on the screen. Hasita Prasanna is ready to bowl the second over. Today is a 50 over match with 10 overs of power play. Tapped it and a quick single. Director would have been a close call, but great calling between the wicket. In the power play one, Sri Lanka can have two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. The two fielders they have placed is one on the fine leg and one on the third min. The left-handed batter Indraneel on strike. Drive and a quick single and a throw, an overthrow, which will definitely give India some more runs. A warning to the bowler. Flicked it toward the square leg. No fielder, no boundary rider over here. A clear boundary into the gap. A second boundary for Indraneel. The intent is quite clear. As soon as he sees the loose ball, he will strike. Square leg and mid wicket region is almost left empty. Drive it into the gap. Will definitely get a single, a misfield. Sri Lankan fielders would definitely like to avoid the misfields. Allowed a peel on the pads. but missing leg. Umpire denies the call, and that's for the over. After the end of the second over, India 14 without any loss. More of a fuller delivery with inside edge, bat and then pad. Sri Lankan team is definitely trying to find some swing in the air as the ball is shining. Indranil would definitely try to spend some more time on the crease. The rhythm he is in, the way he played the first 12 deliveries, he seems to be a quite promising opener for India. A good partnership between Indranil and Santosh can take India to a good total. Alan Rose, the bowler for Sri Lanka, bringing his second over. Bowl 3 dot deliveries. This time seems like he has found his spot to ball on. Sri Lankan bowlers are bowling more of a full length delivery, trying to find swing in the air, but Indranil seems to be quite comfortable with it. Flicked it on the legs, flicked it into the gap, just for a single. Santosh will face Alan Rose for the very first time in this match, and a solid front foot defense. With this defense, third over comes to end and India 15 without any loss. Hasita Prasanna back for his second over of the spell. A little off, more of a full deliveries. Indraneel seems to be quite comfortable with these types of full deliveries. Neither of the ball has troubled him yet. Full toss, play and miss. Seems like Indraneel was not prepared for the full toss. Allowed appeal for cotton ball, but no edge. By the middle of the fourth over, the second slip is gone, which indicates there are no signs of major swing with the new ball. More of a fuller delivery, flicked it into the hands of the short long on. On the thighs, flick towards the fine leg just for a single. First run of this over. More of a short pitch delivery. A loud appeal for the catch. But ball did not carry to the wicketkeeper directly. With this ball, it's the end of the over, fourth over. India 16 without any loss. Sri Lanka would definitely want some early wickets and put pressure on Indian team. And India would definitely look forward to build some good partnership in the start. And as soon as the shine goes away from the ball will start coming pretty well on the bat. As soon as the day goes, the moisture will vanish off the pitch and batting will become more comfortable on this pitch. Down offside, drived and missed. Alan Rose was one of the striking bowler for Sri Lankan team yesterday as well. We saw he took 2 wickets, 2 crucial wickets. Whenever Sri Lanka needs a wicket, they goes to Alan Rose for it. On the leg, flicked it in the air and caught. Indraneel departs. Faced 22 balls, scored 15 runs. India would never like this wicket. He could have taken more time on the crease. As I said, Alan Rose is the striking bowler for Sri Lankan team. Whenever they look for wicket, Alan Rose delivers it. Indraneel got the good start but was unable to convert it into a big score. An early fall of wicket for Team India, just on 16 runs. Sai Akash is the new batter on the crease. Seems like Sai Akash is demoted on number 3. On the legs, flicked it towards the mid-on, but no run. The start that Sri Lankan team wanted, now they have got it. But Indian team would definitely want this partnership to grow more, get more comfortable on the crease and build some more run on the board. Solid defense. Last ball of the over. Defended again. A maiden wicket over for Alan Rose. By the end of the 5th over, India 16 for 1.
I think, as we saw yesterday, batting first in the morning in these conditions is not the best option. Yesterday, Sri Lanka was struggling when they opened the batting. And today, India, who seemed very comfortable in the middle when they were chasing, now seem to be in some trouble while batting first.
But as soon as the day will turn more hotter, the moisture will vanish off the pitch and pitch will start behaving like it behaved in the second half yesterday.
That's why they wouldn't like extras right in the start. Hasita Prasanna. Well defended. Hasita Prasanna, the pacer, brought into the playing 11 today. Yesterday, Sri Lanka had only one pacer in their bowling attack, and they saw that the pacers were extracting a lot from this pitch. And they have gone with another pacer today.
Though they used two part-time pacers yesterday, but with the new wall, they would definitely want pacers to strike from both the ends.
Well, the ball is not coming onto the bat as good as it was yesterday when the Indian team was chasing. That just shows in the morning how difficult it is to bat on this wicket, on this particular surface.
India did get the early start with the two boundaries in the kneel strike. But now, as of now, it seems like both the batters would like to take some more time on the crease.
Went for a big shot there over the covers. Appeal by the Sri Lankan umpires seem to have heard nothing there. Another dot delivery and the pressure is rising.
Previous over was a maiden wicket over. This over, just a wide, and then 3 dot deliveries. The pressure is definitely building on the batters. Lofted, over long off. But is it a 6 or a 4?
The umpires still will have to confirm that. They'll ask the player probably.
An umpire signals, this is a big hit. This is the shot that Santosh wanted. This shot will definitely bring back his confidence. And after the fall of wicket, this shot will definitely release the pressure of the players.
Yesterday, Indranil came at number 6 and today he was sent to open the batting. But that move definitely didn't work for the Indians as he got out early for just a score of 15 runs. Couldn't build a good partnership with Santosh opening together. And Sai Akash, the usual opener for India, came out at number 3.
As soon as Santosh lofted the ball over long off for a big hit, the bowler seems to be under pressure. After the 6, he bowled a wide, which means he's trying to adjust his line and length.
The move to send Indranil to open the batting, India would just hope that it doesn't have the effect on other batsmen as well, because if one player is played out of position, the others will be automatically too. And hopefully that doesn't put some kind of pressure or just doesn't affect the way that they approach the things in an ODI match. Played on the back foot and we can already see some movement of the pitch.
By the end of the 6th over, 24 for 1.
India have went with an unchanged playing 11, while Sri Lanka, they have brought in Hasita Prasanna, the right arm pacer, looking at the conditions and how yesterday India also exploited the Sri Lankan batting with their pace unit.
Pacer seems to have help from the crease as well. Today also, the first wicket, Alan Rose brought a breakthrough for the Sri Lanka, an early breakthrough, which will definitely help Sri Lanka. And that's why Alan Rose is back
For his
for his
fourth
fourth over.
There's a stereotype that in Asian countries that if you're a pacer, you will not have a great time bowling and spinners will exploit the pitch a lot more. But yes, Delhi in India, in Asia, we can see that over the past couple of days, the pacers seem to have a greater impact in the match as bowlers compared to the spinners. Yesterday, majority of the overs were bowled by spinners. They did not get much of the pitch. The pacers did.
As well as there is a quite change in the plan of Sri Lankan team. Down the leg, on the thigh pads, flicked it to the fine legs for a boundary. Sai Akash would definitely enjoy this boundary. Sri Lanka need to avoid these loose balls in the early part of the game. And the change, the visible change in the game plan of Sri Lankan team is that from both the ends they have given long overs to the pacers. Yesterday, just after 3 overs, we saw a spinner from on one end. More of a fuller end delivery, over long off for a boundary, another 4, back to back 2-4 for Sai Akash.
Sai Akash didn't have the best of innings yesterday, but today, when the pitch is much more difficult to bat on, the ball is not coming in the best way to the bat, he seems to be much better.
Seems like Sai Akash knows what Alan Rose is gonna do.
Well, Sri Lanka has majorly copied India's plan, as when India was bowling first. India didn't have a mid-wicket. Now they have brought a mid-wicket. But before this ball, they did not have a mid-wicket, like India did not have the similar field plan.
The fine leg is also made quite fine. Allowed appeal, but umpire signals not out.
Sai Akash looked there as if he wants to get 3 fours of 3 consecutive deliveries. But that wasn't the case. There was a movement on the ball and it breezed past the outside edge. The conditions around us seem to be very similar to what we saw yesterday. The temperature, the sun and the wind. There is no wind at all. Seven more deliveries remaining in the power play, and the last one of this over, well, that was close. Today there's been a slight change. Yesterday we had a match of 42 overs, with the power plays being 2 power plays of 8 overs and 1 power play of 28 overs. But today we're having a standard one-day international, a 50-over match. The first power play from the first till the 10th over, the second from the 10th to the 40th over, and the last power play from the 40th to the last over.
By the end of the 7th over, 32 for 1 India. The start India wanted now seems like they have gotten it. The 3 moves over left in the power play, and Sri Lanka is still striking with the fast bowlers. Outside edge. But Sri Lanka have guarded the third man just for a single. It seems like India would want to take more singles. They're definitely scoring boundaries But singles are also important to rotate the strike and build the momentum for both the players and put some more pressure on the Sri Lankan team. As the scoreboard will keep ticking, Sri Lankans will start feeling more pressure.
The Indian Deaf team today would definitely like to extend their lead in the series, whereas Sri Lanka looking to equalize the series and have a good competition in the next 3 matches after today's one.
Sri Lankan pacers are still trying to find swing in the air, but there's no sign of it. Indian batter seems to be quite comfortable on the crease. As compared to yesterday when Sri Lankan batters were batting, Indian seamers were getting seam off the pitch. Good line delivery, a loud appeal, but no contact between bat and ball.
There seemed
Just
to
a
be
play
some,
and miss.
there seemed to be some amount of noise there. That maybe have been of something else. The umpires feel it was not of the glove or the bat. It was very close. Very close. Sri Lankans would be disappointed that, the luck's not their way. They've appealed so many times. But not getting a breakthrough yet, the second one, which they would definitely want before the end of the first power play.
And the umpires have given out. But the batter Sayakar seems to be disappointed with the decision. The plan has worked for Sri Lanka.
Bowling short and wide, inviting the batsman to play the late cut, and then an outside edge to the keeper. That's the second wicket that falls for India. India now 33 for the loss of 2 wickets in the 8th over. The
Sri Lankan dugout seems to be much more happier as compared to yesterday. The start they wanted yesterday while defending the score against India. But today it seems like they have gotten the dream start they wanted.
I think Santosh now needs to settle himself and build a strong partnership with take control of the innings, build a good partnership, because now if one more wicket falls before the end of the first power play, that will be very tough for the Indian batters to recover from that position, because then Sri Lanka will be in the front seat of this match.
Sri Lanka definitely knows what Santosh can do. But as of now, Sri Lanka seems to be driving the innings. The new ball has striked, the Pacers has striked again. The long spell for Hasita Prasanna and Alan Rose is working.
Hasita Prasanna to Umar Ashraf, the new batsman on the crease. Solid in his back foot defense. Indranil being promoted to the opening. That has led to, one of the batters going one position later. I just hope that doesn't affect their confidence and the way they approach the things in the match.
Yesterday, Umar Ashraf and Santosh built a crucial partnership in the run chase for India, which made the run chase look quite simple. By the end of the 8th over, India 33 for 2. This was the successful over for Sri Lanka. They got a wicket they wanted.
I think the match seems to be going at a very slow pace. We have had only 8 overs of play in 45 minutes. And now in the commentators panel, we have one more person, one more expert joining us. Mr. Rabe joins us in the commentators panel for today's second ODI, and that's hooked away towards square leg for a boundary. India needed that one after the pressure created on them by the 2 wickets that have fallen and how the dot balls were piling up on them.
This was the much needed boundary for India. And Santosh would definitely want more boundaries to build his innings and put some pressure back on Sri Lankan team, which is known as a counter-attack.
हेलो चेक हेलो
Goem Shanaka took the second wicket and Goem Shanaka took the wicket, took the second wicket of the game of Sai Akash. Hasita Prasanna bowled only 3 deliveries of that over according to the score sheet, and Goyam replaced him after 3 balls into the 9th over. A loud appeal,
but umpire denies. No contact between bat and ball, and Santosh survives. We all know what Santosh can do. As long he's on the crease, Sri Lanka would definitely feel the terror around here.
In the 52 balls that have been bowled yet, we have seen so many going past the outside edge, being very close, and one of them being declared out as Sai Akash was caught behind.
This time driven straight towards mid-off. Very well timed, but was not able to find the gap there. That shot must have given him a lot of confidence.
That's what the Indian batters need at this point. Some confidence and some stability. Otherwise, that is not going to be good for the overall innings. You know, one more wicket falls and India are in all sorts of trouble.
Beautifully played this time. Just getting on top of the bounce and tapping it towards square leg, getting that very much needed boundary.
Another boundary for Santosh Kumar Mohapatra. He's driving. By the end of the 9th over, 41 for 2.
The last over of the power play. Well, we see a bowling change. That will be pretty interesting, you know. Last over, breaking up the spell. And now, solid in his defense, looking for a quick run. They'll get it. Sri Lanka fielders not on their toes for that one.
Played with soft hands there on that occasion. And easily jogs through for a single.
Rotating the strike. That's important, and that's what the Indian batters are aiming for. And that's what they're doing. You know, they have a clear plan, rotate the strike, hit a boundary on some odd ball, and build a solid second wicket partnership.
Next delivery, this time rushing the batsman.
The umpire signaling it was going over the wicket because it had some amount of extra bounce.
The ball had an impact on the thigh pad as well. Now the pitch seems to be quite settled as compared to the early morning.
Next delivery,
On the back
beautifully
shot.
played there off the back foot. Gets the boundary through point, getting on top of the bounce and cuts it between point and cover.
That's a crucial four. As we said, a game plan. Hitting a boundary of some odd ball and rotating the strike and building the partnership.
Seems like Santosh is back in his colors.
The 3 balls remaining in the power play. India 45 for the loss of 2 wickets. Punch at the back foot of Maharashtra out of his crease. Not the best of throws. Santosh and Maharashtra, yes, they want a partnership and it looks like they're working for it. That skidded through the pitch. That hit high on the bat of Santosh.
That ball expecting more than the batsman expected.
The change in the length of the ball. Earlier, Hasita was setting the batter for the more of a fuller deliveries and then coming back to the good length, back of length delivery. Surprise Santosh.
That's a good stop. Saved a certain couple that might have been.
By the end of the first power play, India 45 for 2.
Sri Lanka would be the happiest side at the end of the first power play, taking 2 crucial wickets and not having the worst of times in conceding runs.
Umpire Harry signals the commencement of second power play from 11th over to 40th over.
Now the Sri Lankans will have the liberty to have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, but they'll still commit to the 2 fielders outside the circle strategy. Now they've got a 3rd fielder outside. A deep point is in place. And now the deep square leg is also in place. 4 fielders moved on from the 2-fielder strategy. They do not have a mid-wicket in place. A good place where they can have singles, but they still have a first slip. I think the slip's not needed actually. And as we said, the mid-wicket is clear, flicked away. That will be a boundary.
Beautifully flicked off the pads there. He's got a field set a long leg and a deep fine leg in position. But he pulls full on the pads and the batsman jumps on that opportunity and gets a very welcome boundary there.
Beginning the second power play with the boundary. Positive for India.
The game awareness Santosh is showing. He knows where the fielders are. Played it into the gap and scored a boundary for the Indian team.
I think the Indian batters have been clear what they want to do. When they're punching the ball off the back foot, they're very solid in it. When they're looking for a single, they're communicating well and taking a single. And when they want to hit a loose ball, a bad ball, they're doing exactly the same and exploiting the fielding gaps.
All hands there from Santosh, just lifting the ball over point, using his hands, opening the face of the blade and getting a boundary. Second boundary of this over. India now cruising along. Brilliant start to the second power play.
Seems like India is enjoying the second power play more than the first power play. Now Santosh is quite comfortable on the crease.
They're going for a deep backward point, and the point inside the 30-yard circle has been moved to a more cover position, and that will be a wide, and they'll also get a misfield.
Won't be too happy there, the fielder, with that effort. Fielder was placed there by the bowler for this particular kind of stroke, but error in fielding there from the fielder at fine leg.
I think that should have been saved. That should have been saved. Even an academy graduate of cricket could have saved that. But still, the fielding needs to be tighter. Saving more runs is crucial when you're fielding first, because you want the target to be as less as possible for you to chase.
Played defensively there off the back foot. Already 3 boundaries in this over. India getting the momentum in.
As the sun's rising, the temperature increasing, the pitch will also loosen up a bit, get better for the batsmen, and be a treat of a track for Sri Lanka.
Santosh there, pivoting on his hip, pulls the ball down to fine leg, gets the single. That's the end of the over. Big over there for India.
By the end of the 11th over, India 58 for 2.
Santosh seems to have some amount of pain in his arm. Gets sprayed over there. Sri Lanka yesterday had brought spin right into the 4th over, and now the second power play has started and there's no signs of spin yet. They brought in pace and some medium pace, but still no sign of the 5-stepped bowler.
And still, after 11 over, we can still see a slip. Definitely the plan is same that was in the first power play, to keep it outside off stump. Let the player drive, let the batter drive.
Change of fence, change of field. Now again only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and that's been pulled over.
A short pit delivery, pulled over fine leg. Ball will definitely sail through the boundary for a 4.
62 for the loss of 2 wickets.
This is the 4th boundary in the last 2 overs. Definitely second power play is suiting Team India.
Could have been a slight top edge there from the batsman.
Santosh Mohapatra seems to be in the form of his life. Yesterday also, a brilliant knock of 81 runs. Today, already on 37 runs of just 30 deliveries. Change in field. A deep point is now in place with a backward square leg and
The permanent fine leg and third min.
with point and deep point, with the backward point and deep point in place, there's a big gap through covers and has been cut well and through three fielders that races towards the boundary. That's another boundary of the over, the second of this over, fourth in the last two overs. India pacing along in the second power play.
That's an imperial stroke there from the batsman. Two fielders placed on that bound for that particular stroke. Still he manages to find that gap. Beautifully played all along the ground.
Number 45 seems to have hurt his fingers in the process.
Just keep counting the boundaries. Santosh is scoring. This is the fifth boundary in the last two overs. He seems to be unstoppable. He's haunting Sri Lanka team now. Just short of delivery with the outside edge. Now the slip is moved.
We were seeing some lack of bounce on the previous wicket as we were playing on yesterday, but today the pitch seems to be much more fresh. The bounce is much more better. The ball is getting on the bat much more better than it was getting yesterday in the starting overs. Omar Ashraf now back on strike.
Next delivery played off the back foot. Goes in for the quick single. Makes it through in the end. Misfield there from the fielder, not able to gather the ball. Man, batsman.
The captain there not happy with himself for not picking up the ball on the first time.
The quick singles is definitely putting the pressure on the fielders in the 30-yard circle. We have seen it in the last game as well. The pick up and throw is the one issue which Sri Lanka would definitely try to resolve.
The Sri Lankan coach seems to have sent some message through number 75 to the Indian team, to the captain of the Sri Lankan team.
And by the end of the 12th over, India 68 for 2.
Spinner into the attack. I think it's Malcolm, the Sri Lankan captain, the left arm spinner from between the wicket, comes on to bowl. 12 overs of pace today, Sri Lanka. Yesterday only 3 overs in the first power play when they brought spin. Today after 12 overs, the spinner is into the attack. Flighted delivery. The batsman solid in the way he's defending. Wanted a single, but Santosh says, just be calm, wait for the right opportunity. I think to extract some spin off the pitch, the bowlers need to flight their ball more rather than going flatter, because the surface seems to be much dead for the spinners. Flicked away. And a single. I think Malcolm is, not flighting the ball well. And they'll get a single. They're coming off. No, they'll not. Omar Ashraf wanted the second. Santosh not just ready for it.
It's been a good start to the over there from the spinner. He's been very tight with his line and length.
Yesterday we saw spinner was unable to pierce the Indian batsman.
Wanted to go for the expansive drive through covers there. Slightly beaten in flight.
Flicked away through, and the captain will get it. A single.
By the end of the 30th over, 71 for 2, India.
Rotating the strike on every other ball, the Indians. And that is important, keeping the scoreboard ticking.
And this partnership is also growing. 38-run partnership of 32 deliveries, where Umar Ashraf has contributed of just 3 runs.
Are these two going to save and, lead the Indian batting as they did yesterday? Or will the Sri Lankans get a quick breakthrough, break this, growing partnership and rescue whatever chance they have left to restrain India for a small total?
Dinuka Sachin is the new bowler from another end. Spin from both the ends. Yesterday also we saw spin makes the batter more comfortable on this crease.
Punched away, a quick single taken. Good running between the wickets by both the batsmen.
Next delivery, tries to play across the line there, a loud appeal. The bowler is already celebrating, half of the team is celebrating, but the umpire is unmoved there. Batsman making the mistake of playing across the line, got struck on the pad there. The umpire unmoved.
The batter says it's bat and then pad.
The runs seem to have dried in the last over. Play toward points.
By the end of the 14th over, 73 for 2 India.
After the loss of those 2 wickets in the first power play, now this partnership has somewhat solidified the innings for India now. With the batsmen now moving along very smoothly. Played off the back foot, fine leg there. Cuts it down, no single taken there.
India would definitely like to rotate the strike with every ball. Down the leg and umpire signals it wide.
That was a quicker delivery there, pushed through by the left armour. Probably would have been an arm ball. He's pulling very tight there, not giving the batsman any room to free his arms. There's a fielder at deep cover, a fielder at long on, long off, a fielder at cow corner. This time opening the face of the blade. Gets it through the infield. It's a single. Another loud appeal there. Wanted to play it on the onside. It's struck on the pad. From the way the batsman is playing, doesn't seem there's a lot of turn there. This time goes down the ground. The ball going into the gap and perfectly bisects the 2 fielders there at long on and long off. Beautiful stroke there. Just lifting the ball, using his top hand and getting the boundary there.
This is the most safest shot a batter can play over the head of a bowler. Santosh is on 48 now.
This time the ball just held there a bit in the surface. Next delivery, foolish delivery. Played up in the air, but most importantly, played in the gap there over extra cover. Gets the couple this time.
And with this couple of runs, Santosh will complete his consecutive 50 back-to-back half centuries. This man is delivering in every match for Team India.
Brilliant innings so far from Santosh. Even after the loss of those 2 wickets, he did not let the Sri Lankan bowling dictate the things there.
The way he counter-attacked in the 11th and 12th over completely changed the scenario of this match. The way Santosh is playing, Umar Ashraf can definitely take his time, get set on the crease and then can open his arms. A straight drive and a misfield. Santosh will come back for 2.
This time the ball getting the outside edge, waiting the fielder there at first slip. Brilliantly bowled this time, beating the batsman in flight. The Indian inning cruising along so far. Sri Lanka need a wicket or 2 to come back into this game here. Punched down the ground for a single. The strike rotation has become much more easier now, with the batsman getting set now.
Back of leg delivery.
Punched off the back foot there in the vacant area behind covers. Brilliant fielding there by the sweeper fielder. Definitely saved 2 runs there for his team. Getting the boot out in time. That's the end of the over.
By the end of the 16th over, it is 89 for 2.
The bowler just pushing it through, not giving the batsman any room or any flight to get underneath.
Leg side for Umar Ashraf is completely open. And that's where he flicked the ball, pushed the ball towards the mid-wicket and will come back for 2.
This time drifting onto the pads. Foolish delivery as compared to the previous two deliveries in this over. Easily flicked by the batsman in the gap. There's a big gap there on the leg side. There's one fielder at mid wicket and a fielder at long on. There's a big gap. Oh, this time the ball turns across the batsman, completely opening him up. Was lucky there not to get an outside edge.
The difference between Gimiduel Malcolm and Denuka Sachin is that from one end, Malcolm is bowling more of quicker
This time
deliveries.
wrapped on the pads, inside edge, signaled by the umpire there.
Malcolm is bowling more of quicker deliveries, whereas Denuka Sachin is leaving the ball in the air, more of a flighty deliveries and driving the batsman towards the ball.
This a loud appeal yet again there. That's the end of the over, says the umpire.
By the end of the 17th over, 91 for 2 India.
Beautifully bowled there from the bowler there. Last three deliveries, completely foxing the batsman. First getting past the outside edge, then striking the pads twice. After the end of the 17th over, the score moves to 91 for 2. On the pads there, the batsman must be disappointed. There was a definite boundary. There's no fielder there behind square on the leg side. Could not time the ball properly. Finds the fielder there at short fine. Driven there into the gap. Fielder at deep covers. Keeps it down to a single. Easily able to milk the singles around there. Now both the batsmen, the partnership way over 50 now.
The partnership between the two moves to 60 runs in just 59 deliveries.
Again, a slight misfield there from the fielder at deep cover.
Sri Lanka would definitely love to not leak easy singles to Team India.
Constant rotation making it very easy for both the batsmen. Played off the back foot, punches it into the gap there. Deep square, cuts it down to only a single. 4 singles so far in this over. Might be a big shot coming in here.
The strike rotation is the most important thing between the overs. When you cross the first power play,
Defensively played there. It's a long stride in. Gets through the pitch of the delivery. That's the end of the over.
and by the end of the 18th over, India 95 for 2.
We are going to have the drinks break now.
Malcolm is back on bowling after the drinks break. There's a wide gap between the backward square leg and long off. The mid-wicket region is completely open. And it's a drop catch from the wicket keeper. A crucial catch of Santosh.
Definitely an edge there from the blade of Santosh. The keeper missing that opportunity. Could have been that opportunity that Sri Lanka needed so desperately to come back into this game.
This could have completely changed the momentum of Sri Lankan team.
Wanted to go back there on the back foot and crunch the ball in the gap. Ball almost rushing onto him.
Comparatively, Malcolm is getting more difficult to read for the batters from both the ends.
Next delivery this time gets the inner half of the blade. Ball goes towards the fielder at long leg. Next delivery this time wanted to go for the big slog sweep over deep square. Not making any connection there.
Malcolm is keeping the ball outside the off stump. He wanted to drag it from offside to the leg side because of the big gap between the square leg and long on.
This time the ball holding there in the surface. Brilliant over there from the bowler. Almost got 2 wickets there, but luck not favouring him today.
By the end of the 19th over, India 97 for 2.
Next delivery, beautifully driven there. What an amazing stroke. The best place to hit the ball. Through the covers there. The bowler had no clue whatsoever. That came out of nowhere. After those 3 dots in the last over, a very welcome boundary there for India.
Found a beautiful gap between long off and deep covers.
Now that shot forcing a couple of changes there in the field. The slip has gone out now. There's a fielder at short covers. Plays specially for that kind of a stroke again. The bowler would now be looking to flight that ball again. Bowled slower this time. Punched off the back foot. Towards sweeper, gets the single, gets the sensible thing going. After the boundary, gets that single.
Umar Ashraf has also played 26 balls. And now he needs to accelerate a little. Played more of on a back foot. Punched it towards mid-wicket just for a single.
Next delivery, lifted there, down the ground, only this time. Probably wanted to go a bit wider there, but the ball drifting in and getting the inner half of the blade. Again, Ashraf getting a bit frustrated there. He's been getting those singles, but there have been a plenty of dot balls and the boundaries have dried up for him a bit now. He's looking to charge the spinners, looking to take that big risk.
He definitely needs a boundary to gain back his confidence. And
This
this
time-
is the end of the over. End of the 20th over. India 104 for 2.
The frustration was clearly evident there on the last delivery. It was a delivery, a full delivery, but misjudgment there from the batsman and wanted to play it off the back foot, living very dangerously.
The Indian innings has suddenly got silent and dried up a bit. Lack of boundaries, the strike rotation has been there. But the flow of runs has just decreased. The sun's rising on our heads now. The weather getting tough for the players playing out in the middle.
Umpire signals wide. This was one of the quickest delivery I've ever seen by Malcolm. The variation in the pace the Malcolm is doing is definitely making it much more tougher for the batters to judge. Should have been stopped inside the 30-yard circle, but India won't mind a single.
There's definitely some help there for the spinners in this wicket. Whenever the spinners hit that 3/4 length, the ball slightly stops there on the batsman. Previous delivery also, the batsman almost committing to the stroke.
This pitch is behaving a little different than it was yesterday.
This time opening the face of the blade. Quick single there. Batsman makes it home comfortably in the end. Mixing his line and length. Mixing the pace beautifully there.
Sri Lankans need to break this partnership. You know, the batters are settling in. And
Next
they'll
delivery,
definitely
driven
face-
down the ground this time. Fielder it long off. Cuts it down. Keeps it down to the single. The boundaries have definitely dried up in the last 3-4 overs. The spinners now clenching their fists on the game. Beautifully bowled there again.
And a solid front foot defense. And with this defense, 21st over will come to an end. And India is on 108 for 2. This partnership is again building up. Just like in the yesterday's game, the partnership has also reached on the 75 runs in just 80 deliveries, where Santosh is batting on 66 not out.
Now India needs to maintain their boundaries and the strike rotation, because if they cannot recover with some boundaries here, it will be tough to come back in the latter stages of the game. The spinner that's played on the back foot. They'll take a quick single. The extra cover fielder covering it off for the bowler.
Umar would also enjoy to rotate the strike more, and a welcome boundary for him would definitely bring back his confidence and lift up his mood up.
Well, that was close. Breeze past the outside edge. The spinners starting to settle in a lot more. Bowling dot deliveries.
Pressure mounting on Umar now. He needs to break those shackles there. Punched off the back foot beautifully this time. Using his bottom hand to get that ball towards long on. Gets the single. Both the batsmen have not been very proactive with their footwork against the spinners. Not looking to take charge or go down the wicket. Wanting to play from their crease only. Single this time. Gets the bottom edge there. Wanted to cut the ball. Gets the single.
Played back to the cover fielder. Another good over, another dry over. Some things the Indians wouldn't like at all.
Another tidy over there from the Sri Lankan spinners.
And by the end of the 22 overs, India 112 for 2. Flicked it on the front foot towards the square leg just for a single. This constant rotation of strike will definitely trouble Sri Lanka more. On the thigh pads, punched it towards the fine leg, into the gap for the boundary, a welcome boundary for Santosh. Consistently rotating the strike, scoring boundaries. He's on a fire. Tried to find a gap with that cut, open the face of the bat. Tried to pierce that gully fielder. Open the face of the bat, tried to play the late cut towards the third man but completely missed it. Solid front foot defense. Back to the bowler. Another dot ball. And this is the end of the 23rd over. 117 for 2.
Spinner onto the attack, plays straight to the cover fielder. Umar Ashraf needs to find these gaps now. His innings has been really dry. 37 deliveries he has faced and only scored 17 runs as Sumbu Lanka comes into the attack. And as we are saying, he goes for a shot and will The innings really dried up. They just took a double of the last ball. Lanka is bowling short deliveries and they'll get another single. Umar Ashraf needs these runs. He needs some boundaries.
So far the spinners have been bowling a very tight line and length. 3 spinners so far introduced by the Sri Lankan team. All of them have been bowling very tight lines, not allowing too many chances to the Indian batsmen. This time, shortish delivery there, off the back foot there from the batsman, straight towards the bowler. India under slight bit of pressure now. Played off the back foot this time, ball going towards the gap. The fielder at deep sweeper does the tiding. Slight misfield leading to that couple. Could not collect the ball cleanly there.
That was hit hard towards the deep cover boundary.
Almost got his partner out there. Hit powerfully there. Taking the gamble, inviting that stroke with that mid-on in position, and now it's been sent back to the boundary this time. That longer fielder being called in towards mid-off.
India needs a boundary. They run rate to 5 now from 5.5.
Flicks the ball in the gap, taking the first one very quickly, looking for the second. Not happy with his partner. There was a lot of intent there when he took that first run.
123 for the loss of 2 wickets after 24.2 overs. The Indian Deaf cricket team.
Played off the back foot, calls him and then sends him back. A disaster there for India.
Take an extra run off the overthrow. Poor fielding there.
Slight miscommunication there between the two batsmen. But in the end, that resulted in that extra being given there.
Today, the International Day of People with Disabilities, and we can see how this is a great opportunity for these people to compete in a match of cricket, for the deaf people to take part in this interesting match on the International Day of Persons with Disability, what we'd actually like to call as special ability.
This time driven powerfully there. The ball went very quickly there to the fielder at mid-off. Cuts it down to the single. The ball was there to hit. The batsman wanted to find that gap.
That's a wide delivery, giving away extras. That's what Sri Lanka wouldn't like, you know. Their bowling has been poor in terms of extras. Yesterday also they bowled quite a few wides. Indians bowled only 1 wide in the whole 42 overs.
And driven down the ground. Straight to the fielder there at mid-off. The Indians unable to find the gaps in that previous over.
126 for the loss of 2 wickets as we reach the halfway mark of the match. After 25 overs, the Indian Deaf team 126 for the loss of 2 wickets. Santosh and Umar Ashraf on the crease. Santosh 76 not out, Umar 21 not out. Their partnership of 93 runs of 104 deliveries. That's cut away.
Brilliant fielding there from the fielder at point. Puts in the dive, keeps it down to a single, saved at least a couple of runs there for his team.
There seems to be an injury and fitness concern for the Sri Lankan fielder that put the dive. Seems like a pulled hamstring. And his team is run from the dugout with the spray and helping him, trying to help him stretch.
This break could exactly what both the teams might be needing to reassess their strategies as we've reached the halfway mark of this first innings from India.
Hopefully it's not a major injury concern, In these days you're seeing the hectic schedule has caused so many players ACL injuries and I've had so many different injury concerns, ruling them out for various months. That's been hit into the gap. That will be a boundary through the two fielders. Well played there by Santosh. A crucial boundary after so many overs. India exactly needed this one. That's been hit hard towards long off. Rotating the strike there, Santosh. That's up in the air. That was a difficult catch running backwards for the mid-wicket fielder.
That was the short delivery there, looking to pull it in the deep. Not getting the timing right there. Must be feeling disappointed. Missed out an opportunity. Was an opportunity to get the maximum there. So far the Sri Lankan spinners have been very tight with their line and lengths. Now, moving that fielder towards deep mid-wicket and getting the fielder from sweeper inside the circle.
Driven straight towards long on, punched down the ground. Another single for Santosh. Umar also now needs to get going. His innings has been very dry. He gets a card but straight to the fielder. Another dot delivery. After 26 overs, India 134 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Santosh on strike, and Jatunge Asanka will come back for his second over. Samadulanka, who has been not the best economical bowler today, has conceded a run a ball. Went for the cut, a close miss. Santosh would definitely want to, score some more runs, get his well-deserved century. He's just 18 shy of it. Goes for the quick single, punches it towards cover. That's good running between the wickets. Every single run mattering in this first innings of India. Punches it just wide of the bowler, and a quick single. That's great communication between batsmen. They know each other, they know themselves if they can complete the run, and once they've decided that they'll take the run, they're committing to it and running their best. Punch and another. They were looking for a run again, but then they just stopped. It was close. It was close.
Goes down the ground this time, finds the gap, got down on one knee and just plummeted that ball down the ground in the gap. A boundary after a long time for India. He definitely got his team cheering up now. India desperately needed that boundary to break those shackles.
The partnership between Umar Ashraf, Santosh crossing the 100-run mark. Santosh moves on to 86 runs. A huge viable partnership this one proving to be for the Indian batting lineup.
Defensively played there, showing the full face of the blade. Is it back to the bowler? That's the end of the over.
We can see how versatile Santosh is. On just the previous ball, he had hit a booming drive down the ground, and the next ball, a classy, solid front foot defense. Moves on to 86 with that. Punched away by Umar. They'll get a single. Umar playing at 1 run of every 2 balls, his strike rate just being 50. That is not the fastest they'd want. Over Gala Jatunge. And that's been punched away. Another single. They're using that deep mid-wicket fielder and the space between him and the pitch as a good opportunity to get a single. Flicked away towards fine leg from the inside part of the bat, and another single rotating the strike pretty well. And the scoreboard ticking. Santosh Mohapatra inching closer to what he deserves, a century.
Driven beautifully again. The fielder there getting a bad bounce, got stuck on the face there. Ball ricocheting off the fielder.
And they'll come back for a double, increasing their runs on the scoreboard to set a good first innings total for Sri Lanka to chase down exactly what they'd want.
Goes on the back foot there, looking to cut the ball, not getting the room. That's the end of the over there.
I think the Indians are not able to score freely, but the Sri Lankans should use the pressure they have created by bringing back a pacer maybe. Pacer is, I think, what they need to break this growing partnership, already grown to around 120 runs, and the outside part of the bat, a single from deep with a deep cover.
Next delivery goes onto the back foot, turns it around, gets the single, gets off strike. Strike rotation now considerably getting easier for both the batsmen.
Well, in the heat map, we see, I think that's the region where most of the runs have come in singles, you know, punching it towards the mid-wicket area or towards the square leg area and getting a single.
Beautifully flicked there this time, but finds the fielder. Wanted to play there in the gap. Next delivery goes for the hard sweep, not getting the desired connection. The ball bouncing well in front of the fielder there.
Could not have even got that catch had he run as fast as he could towards the ball. Santosh and strike, flicks it away, they'll get another quick single. Moving on into his 90s now, Santosh.
Slight miscommunication there, sending the batsman back. That's the end of the over.
Santosh playing an attacking knock. And are we seeing a bowling change or are we not? No, we are seeing a fielding change. They're still continuing with the same bowlers, you know, having a continuous spell. They do not have a variety in their bowling changes, you know. They have set key that they'll bowl 3-4 overs with the same particular bowler. Punch straight back into the bowler's hands. That went fast. Good fielding by the bowler now. India 3 runs shy of the team's 150, and that is a wide. Now 2 runs off from it.
Flighted delivery this time, played with soft hands. He's playing on 90. He's 10 runs shy of his century. Very well deserved century there from Santosh. This time opens the face of the blade, guides the ball towards. Playing very cautiously there. He knows he's very close to a big landmark. The ball just bouncing there a bit on the batsman, who gets on top of the bounce, punches it straight to the fielder at covers. This time straight back to the bowler, losing his grip on the handle there.
Another dot ball.
Beautifully played there, just lifting the ball over the fielder at covers and gets the boundary. Brilliantly played there after the 4 dots. There was pressure there and releasing the pressure with that beautiful inside out stroke. Bowler this time just giving that little bit of flight, allowing the batsman to get under the ball.
And with that boundary, India will cross the margin of 150.
Santosh taking his individual score to 94 of 90 deliveries.
After the end of the 30th over, India 153 for 2. Cuts it towards the backward point, founds the gap, will come back for 2. Sweeps it over the backward square leg, will come back for 2. Ball didn't meet the sweet spot of the bat. To score a boundary, Umar needs to time it more well. Backward punch towards long on, will get a single. And Santosh is on strike. A solid forward defense. Santosh wanted a quick single, but Umar denies. After 31 overs, 158 for 2.
With 9 overs remaining in the second power play, these two batters would like to play out those 9 overs, rotating the strike and hitting some boundaries so that in the last 10 overs, with 8 wickets remaining, they would have no fear of getting out. They can just play in the attacking manner that they would like to.
change in the bowling attack. Sealand is back on attack. Sri Lankan captain has opted for a medium pacer. Sealand to Santosh. Flicked it off the leg. Stopped by the short square leg. Another single for Team India. Umar Ashraf hasn't scored a boundary yet. He would definitely want to find a boundary. Flicked it and a misfield from the mid-wicket fielder. Ball is sailing towards the boundary. Just a 2. Wanted to go over the mid-wicket fielder for a boundary, but was unable to time it well. Flicked it over the mid-on, and due to misfield, ball will go across the boundary. First boundary for Umar Ashraf. This boundary will definitely bring him more confidence. Umar has also entered in his 40s. Over the head of the bowler towards the long off, just for single. Umar seems to be more comfortable to pacers as compared to the spinners. And by the end of the 32nd over, India 167 for 2. Over the head of the bowler towards the long off. Will come back for 2. Now Umar is going all out. Flicks it towards the mid wicket. Big gap. Santosh wanted a second, but Umar denies. Just a single. Flicks it towards the mid wicket. Another single. More of a full length delivery, drives it towards the covers. Santosh wants a second run, but Umar is not interested. Santosh on 96. Sliced it. Outside edge, moreover, thicker outside edge. Just a single. Last ball of the over. That's the end of the 33rd over. 173 for 2.
The pacer is back into the attack now. Sorry, the pacers now from both ends we have pace. Well, as you said, a bowling change might be needed to break this growing partnership. That's a white ball. That's an extra for Sri Lanka wouldn't like to give away extras like these and give extra runs to Indians. Santosh now, 2 runs
Next
shy.
delivery. Short delivery this time. Pulled off the back foot. Over square leg. Gets the boundary.
That
Beautiful
will be
stroke.
a half century for Umar. That's his 50. 2 matches, 2 half centuries in a row.
The partnership of Umar and Santosh is definitely going to haunt the Sri Lankan dugout as well as the Sri Lankan team. Yesterday also they were unable to get their wickets and break their partnership. Today also this partnership has completely rattled the Sri Lankan side.
Now as we approach the death overs and the end of the middle overs, these two have the opportunity to see it out, and that's brilliant bowling. That's clean bull just right after getting his 50. He has to depart. A good knock, stabilizing the middle order after 2 early wickets that India had taken away. He gets out.
Would be very disappointed with that dismissal. Just got to his landmark score of 50 and then the adrenaline getting better of him. Wanted to walk down the ground and play across the line there. Not a very smart stroke there from the batsman.
The Indian captain Virender Singh steps onto the pitch. Had an unbeaten knock of 36 runs yesterday. Was also the man of the match in the first ODI of this bilateral ODI series between the Indian Deaf cricket team and the Sri Lankan Deaf cricket team. Also chipped in with a wicket. The man of the match yesterday steps onto the pitch and has much more overs to face than he had yesterday when he stepped on.
Umar could have played more sensibly after scoring the 50. These are the most crucial overs from 30 to 40.
The partnership of 146 runs finally broken between Umar and Santosh. And again is Pace doing the magic, as we yesterday saw when the Umar and Santosh partnership reached to 122 runs. Then a pacer came in, stepped in and took a wicket. Here is what a pacer can do: break the stand.
The captain, left-arm batsman, left-handed batter Virender Singh, the skipper, will face the ball. The very first delivery of this match. The man of the match of the first ODI. Pushed it back towards the bowler. Cap can take some time.
If he can settle himself with Santosh, who is 2 runs shy of his century, then in the last power play they'll have a good time scoring runs. That breeze passed outside edge, a faster delivery comparatively.
Once Virender is set, we all know what he can do. We all have seen yesterday's match. We just need to spend some more time on the crease. With Santosh, build some good partnership, and then he can slog in the death overs. Flick it towards the mid-wicket, finds the gap, will come back for 2. Poor fielding from Sri Lankan fielders. That's the end of the 34th over, 181 for 3.
Santosh now on strike. 2 runs shy of his half century and asking for a helmet from the dugout.
Sri Lankan captain has decided to go with pacers from both the ends. And Sri Lanka striking bowler, go-through bowler Alan Rose Kalep is back on strike.
Outside edge there. Ball just goes down there to the fielder at third.
And with this single, Santosh moves to 99.
A knock of 14 boundaries, 14 fours and a 6. Closing on to his century, settled in the middle overs, built a partnership with Umar of 146 runs. After 2 early wickets fell for the Indian side.
Definitely this century is going to be very special for him, as he missed out his century yesterday with just 19 runs.
Driven this time by the captain. Finds the fielder at covers.
Did not get the best timing. And yes, the pitch, it is good for the fast bowlers. The fast bowlers are extracting much more from the pitch than what the spinners are. The batsmen need to tackle this pace dominance we have seen in the CD so far. Driven back right to the bowler. That was close.
Brilliant effort there from the bowler, showing great presence of mind. The captain was there short of the crease. It would have been a direct hit. Could have been the curtains. Next delivery this time, square driven. Fielder at backward point. Does the tidying up, keeps it down to a single. Now the man of the moment. Playing on 99. Requires 1 for that brilliant landmark.
Alan Rose to Santosh. Santosh on 99. Was a quick single. If it would have been a direct hit, it would have been out. But this is the landmark. This is the moment Santosh was waiting for. He has achieved all this. This is the century. He's the man of the moment.
A masterclass innings this one from Santosh. Opened the innings. The Indians were in a lot of trouble. 2 early wickets that fell for the Indian side. Maintained his composure. Was patient. Hit the right deliveries. Played how he had to. And has reached a magnificent 100 of 99 deliveries. Brilliant innings. The Indian dugout stands in ovation. The Sri Lankans applauding, but yes, there will be some grief for them.
Brilliant knock there from Santosh. Performing when his team needed the most.
Opens the face of the bat, gets a quick single. Good call from the captain Virendra Singh.
And that's the end of the 35th over, 185 for 3.
With 15 overs remaining, India would like... With 15 overs remaining, India would like at least 120 runs in the last 15 overs. You know, that would create a good target of 306 for the Sri Lankans. As for now, the projected score, just around 270.
If this partnership grows between Santosh and Virender, they can definitely touch the total of 300. India still have 7 wickets in hand. And a set batter, Santosh, is also on the crease. Opens the face of the gap. Just for single.
Now the pacer in the attack, Santosh and Strike would like to go all attack after completing a century.
And the man departs just after scoring a century, just like Umar Ashraf after scoring half century. He also departs, and two set batters, Umar Ashraf and Santosh, both are in dugout now.
And that brings two new batters on the crease, but a brilliant innings from Santosh. When his team needed him the most, that's when he has performed. 2 games and 2 brilliant innings. A knock of 81 yesterday and a century today. An absolute masterclass. That was the full toss. Went for the big heave down the leg side, completely missed it and was clean bowled.
He yorked himself there, Santosh. But despite that magnificent knock there from Santosh, now the Indian team in a spot of bother here. Both the batsmen now on the crease are new batsmen. It'll take some time to get in, to get used to the wicket now. India needed one of those 2 batsmen to be set there in order to accelerate their innings.
Sealand strikes in back-to-back 2 overs. Up till now, Alan Rose Caleb was the star bowler for Sri Lanka. Now it seems like Sealand is taking over for his position. Got the 2 set batters out and send them back to the pavilion. New batter Abhishek Singh on the crease will face Sealand. Now it's high time for India to recalibrate their score. What will be their projected final score? They would like to give Sri Lanka to chase, as they have lost their 2 set batters.
Now Abhishek and Virender need to... Oh, that was dropped. Tough chance onto his left hand. That could have been a golden duck for Abhishek Singh there. He needs to settle. Both of them need to till the 40th over, 42nd over at least. You know, settle themselves, rotate their strike. Shorter delivery till the shoulder height region, plays it on the back foot, punches it towards third man. Another single, that's what we were saying. They need to rotate the strike, settle themselves, keep the scoreboard ticking, so that when they reach the 42nd, 43rd over, they can attack. They have enough wickets that they can risk their wicket as well.
Sharp delivery there from the bowler. Very deceptive. Change in field now. Bringing another man inside the circle from fine leg. Quick single there, sort of a double bluff there from the bowler. Telegraphed a short pitch delivery and bowled a fuller one there. Bowler keeping the batsman guessing.
A right and lefty combination in the middle can be tough sometimes for the bowling teams to tackle with. And as we go, Abhishek Singh drives it in the gap between 2 fielders that races away to the boundary. That's a 4 into the garden here.
Handsome drive there from the batsman, getting on top of the ball and just drills it through the covers for a very welcome boundary for the Indian team.
And the very first boundary for Abhishek Singh as well. Yesterday also he seems to be in the good touch. But this time he has some time. There are nearly 15 overs remaining. He can play well. And by the end of the 36th over, India 194 for 4.
"14 overs remaining in the match. These two new batters on the crease. Sri Lanka giving their best bowlers a chance to have a go on them and getting a wicket, open the floodgates and expose the lower middle order of India. And that's been hit through mid-off. A misfield could have been stopped, and that's the boundary of the first ball of the over. Virender Singh, a brilliant job by him. Last deliveries of the match. 8 runs. Crucial runs these for India. They need to, continue with their scoring. The wickets should not affect them much because they need to set a big total for Sri Lanka to chase down.
More of a wide off-stump delivery.
Went for the wide, expansive cut shot. Missed it completely. Close to the bottom edge of the bat.
The captain looking to get to the leg side of the ball in order to access the offside.
Virender Singh on strike. Drives it again. He has driven a lot whenever he's got the opportunity. That's where maybe they're bowling Virender Singh. Maybe that's not his strength. Virender Singh. Another drive down the ground towards long off. Rotation of the strike. A single. Abhishek Singh now on strike against Alan Rose-Caleb into his 7th over. I think that might be his last over that he'll be bowling in the spell of the middle overs. His remaining 3 overs, maybe they'll be saved, to be used in the death overs.
Now Sri Lanka would definitely want to go with spin from one end, as they have got the breakthrough they were looking for. They've gotten the set batter Santosh. They've gotten the set batter Umar Ashraf.
Next delivery, played with soft hands. Wanted the single sent back by his captain.
Flicked it over fine leg, and the fielder
And that's a
signals
6,
four.
went directly over the boundary.
And the fielder signals 4, umpire signals 4. And that's the second boundary for Abhishek Singh. Abhishek seems to be a little disappointed. That was a bounce and a 4.
Continuing from pace from both ends. Change the fence, that might work for the bowler.
Seal is back for his 4th over.
Goes on the back foot, cuts the ball straight towards the fielder at third man. Gets the single, gets off strike. India looking to build some momentum there into the later half of the innings. Looking for that big score.
The touch Abhishek seems to be in. He needs to spend some more time on crease. He will be the key batter for India right now at this moment. Played with soft hands. Captain wanted a run and it's a direct hit. But this time they will get a run. The deflection would help India.
That deflection acted as an overthrow. India getting a single. And that's great awareness. You know where the ball is, how aware the fielders are, how alert they are. And stealing a single. And adding runs to the team's total. Important and crucial for them. Driven through the grab, the fielder is coming for it and they're looking for a quick double and they'll get it. That was a close call. A close throw, a direct shot from that deep would have been excellent and could have been a wicket.
At this moment, India is 205 for 4. They have 6 wickets in hand. What do you think will be the projected score after the 50th over?
I think the way they're batting, achieving anything around 280 and 290 seems ideal, but they definitely want something more than 300.
If this would have been a pick-up throw directly on the wickets, this would definitely be the end of the captain's inning. The captain survives.
Needed a better effort there in the field from the opposite number. Next delivery, defensively played there by the batsman. The ball just slightly nipping back a bit.
Just pushing the ball down onto the pitch.
Seems like his batter are playing season with bit more cautiousness.
Driven straight down the ground for a single. Good running, good rotation of strike by Abhishek Singh and Virender Singh, building on a partnership, so that they can lead themselves into the death overs. And after the completion of 38 overs, India 207 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Abhishek definitely looking in good touch. Just the way he's timing the ball, the sound of the bat. Definitely looks in great touch. If Indian want a big target there, they need Abhishek to bat through this innings.
Some drinks for them and the umpire complaining to not come between overs like that for so many drinks. Hasitha Prasanna coming back into the attack for his 7th over. He was the one who took the important wicket of Sayakash Cotton bowled him. Hasitha Prasanna into the attack to Abhishek Singh. And that's been pulled away, picking it up towards deep square leg, a single. Elegance and class displayed from Abhishek Singh. The bowlers don't seem to have a clear-cut plan of what lines and lengths they have to bowl. Yes, length we've seen. They're trying to bowl the hard and the good lengths, but the line has been too confusing. Sometimes they'll bowl outside the off stump, sometimes towards the leg stump, and a quick single stolen to from point. All these crucial runs in India's good total. 209 for 4 after 38.2 over.
That was beautifully turned around by Abhishek.
Hasitha Prasanna not so successful in his over. We're saying they need to get a boundary of this over, maintain the run rate that they have. 5 runs per over, and that's in the air, wide of the point fielder towards the point. They'll get another single.
Upish, this time from the captain. Lucky that there was no fielder there inside the circle. Otherwise would have been a dolly. Gets the single, gets off strike.
The last ball of the penultimate over of the second power play. Hasitha Prasanna for the last ball of his over to Abhishek Singh.
Flicks it towards the fine leg, just for single.
Must be disappointed there. The ball was there on the pads for that big flick over deep square and fine leg, but finds the fielder there, gets only the single. That's the end of the over.
As the day has progressed, the ball has come much better onto the back. That is positive. That is a positive sign for the Sri Lankans, who have a second innings, a chasing innings, where the pitch is getting better and better to bat on. We can see that, the way the Virendra Singh and
That's the power of his strong bottom hand.
a spin finally back into attack for the last over of the second power play.
Drives it towards the long off. There's a fielder over there. We'll come back for 2. Great running between the wicket. Good calling as well.
That's what you do. Convert dots into 1 runs, 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s, and keep the scoreboard ticking. That's their aim. Rotate the strike, get some more runs. As for the next ball, that's played fine. That's swept well by Abhishek Singh, and that will be a boundary. A brilliant shot, the ball off the pads there. And the ball just swept down the ground towards the backward leg region.
We got to say that it was poor bowling there from the bowler. Nobody there on the fine leg fence. Hit me delivery. Going down the leg side, just helping it on its way, giving the tap on the head. Getting the boundary, 6 runs already of the first 2 deliveries of this over.
Looking at the current fielder, should go much more outside the off stump like he did on the last delivery.
This was much better than the previous delivery.
Just held it back a little bit there. The ball stopping a bit there on the batsman.
the last over of the second power play, in which the Sri Lankan team can only have 2 players outside the circle, and that will be a single.
Strokes it off the back foot into the deep, gets the single, gets away from strike.
From the next over, the Sri Lankans can have 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
Now with the left-hander batting, much better prospect against the left-arm spinner.
Rotation in the field. The cover comes inside. The deep point comes inside. There's a long off in place, a long gone in place, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg.
Needs to bowl a full and tight line with this kind of a field. Not give any room outside off stump. Yeah.
Punches it away towards it.
A quick single.
You know, for the point fielder, it's frustrating because you have to move from one direction to the other side of the pitch when the righty-lefty combination is taking singles, and that's hit over the top, over the long on fielder. Has that gone the distance? No, it has not. That was high, but they'll come back for the second run.
The outfield slightly heavy there. Fielder at mid-on was inside the 30-yard circle. The batsman taking advantage of that. Is going over the top, getting the double.
And that's the end of the second power play. After 40 overs, India is 222 for 4. Let's see how the next 10 over, that's the power play 3, turns out for India.
The umpire signaling the beginning of the third power play. 5 fielders can be outside the 30-yard circle now. Some strategies being discussed between the 2 batsmen as Virendra Singh takes the strike. A spinner brought into the attack.
Spin from both the ends in the third power play.
No, it's actually a pacer or
Pardon. It's a pacer. Hasita Prasanna is back on attack with his 8th over.
a deep third man, fine leg, deep square leg, a deep point, and a long off in place for Hasita Prasanna. And there are 5 fielders outside the circle as he moves on for the first delivery of the final power play of the final 10 overs of the innings. And Virendra Sharma just guides it through towards the point and gets a single for himself and his team, and rotates the strike.
Virendra just cruising along very smoothly, very calmly. Gets in, gets the singles, gets off strike. That does not allow the bowlers to settle in and bowl to one batter for prolonged periods of time. Abhishek now in hot form. Looking for boundary options. Sweeper in position, a deep third, long leg. Punched off the back foot. There's only one fielder there. Manages to find him.
Showing some aggression, that fielder, on that occasion to Virendra Singh. That's the captain actually of Sri Lanka, Gemudu Malcolm, on mid-wicket.
If Abhishek Singh goes over the mid-wicket, then there's a big gap. He can score over here and he will definitely get big runs. But he played late cut. but just for single.
Well, that was close. The deep backward point fielder was on the floor from his dive, hadn't recovered, and throw went right over his head from the third man. Some smiles seeing the funny side of it. Hasita Prasanna in his 8th over. Virender Singh from the inside edge of his bat towards the fine leg. They'll come back. No, they'll not. There's a bit of a mix-up in the middle. The keeper not the best in receiving the ball there and coordinating with others. Just a single. Hasita Prasanna for the 5th ball of his over. An expansive drive over extra covers. Just a single. The ball went way too fast towards there. Virender Singh on strike. A full toss, a wide full toss. Would be disappointed. He could not make full use of it. Hits it, and that will be just a single to end the over. Good over from Hasita Prasanna to start the third power play. Just 5 runs of it.
And by the end of the 41st over, India 227 for 4.
Malcolm, the captain, into the attack for his 9th over. The captain versus captain. Captain face off. Flicked away by Virender Singh towards the square leg region and a single. Rotating the strike again. They need some big hits in the last 8 overs, you know.
If these two players manages to play another 3 overs, the last 5 overs, they can completely blast out on Sri Lankan bowlers.
From the outside part of the bat to the point fielder. A dot ball, Sri Lanka need those, you know, bile on the pressure on the Indian batsmen, making them commit a mistake and having some benefits of it.
The good part about Abhishek Singh is he's timing the ball rather than thrashing it with power. He's waiting for the right ball.
2 dot balls, pressure on Abhishek to have some runs in this over. Needs to score something. And he goes for a shot over extra cover. That the long off fielder saves it, and they'll take quick 2 runs. Abhishek just right on time, risky and close.
But that's a great running between the wicket. There was a long gap. The longer fielder was coming running from a long end. There was a long run for long off fielder. Waited, punched it from the back foot towards the point just for single.
3 hours into the match.
Misfield from the wicket keeper. And we'll come back for 2.
Overthrow, Sri Lanka, they do not have to give them away. They've done that in the match before as well. At least 10 runs have come off overthrows. And as we approach the winter afternoon here on a Tuesday morning, it's right noon and the sun shining on all of us. Too hot out here for the players and a quick single taken by covers.
And with this single, that's the end of the 42nd over. India 233 for 4.
The weather acting too harsh on all the players, needing some refreshments off the pitch.
कोई सुन नहीं रहा तुझे वो वहाँ से लाके कोक नहीं देंगे क्या कह रहा है कोल्ड मुझे लेके जा रहे थे और क्या रिफ्रेशमेंट तो यहाँ पे कोल्ड ड्रिंक पिलाया था भाई पैर सीधे करके मजा आ रहा है फिर भी ठीक है Last 7 overs left of this inning, the first inning. India would definitely want to maximize these 7 overs and score as much as they could and touch the total of near about 300 runs. If they reach the point of target of 300, it will definitely make Sri Lankan team
Hasita Prasanna in for his
Pulls
9th
it.
over, and that's a big shot.
Pulls
That's
it
a 6. Went over the boundary. Was very close.
umpire signals a boundary 4. That's 1 bounce and 4, but Abhishek is again not very happy with that decision.
Well, that looked like a 6 from the commentator's side. But they've signaled a 4.
It was just short of the boundary line,
Not happy with the umpire's decision there.
but it was a 4.
Very, very close to the boundary for becoming
Square
a
leg
6.
come backwards. Wide of off stump, waited for to play the shot. Back foot punch, opens the bat to another misfield from the wicket keeper. Abhishek will get another single. Sri Lankan dugout is not happy. Even Sri Lankan players are not happy.
The captain on the deep end wicket was showing his disappointment to the dugout too. .239 for the loss of 4 wickets. From the outside part of the bat, it races away to the boundary.
Opens the face of the bat towards the third man and will get a boundary.
That's the second one of the over. 11 runs from the over
Abhishek is on
already.
fire.
Abhishek Singh on strike against Hasita Prasanna. Not a good over he's been bowling. And short punch down the ground. They'll get a single. Hitting some odd boundaries, rotating the strike. Yes, they need that, definitely.
Abhishek has also reached in his 40s in just 29 deliveries, playing with a strike rate of 141 with 5 fours and no 6. Though he demanded 2 boundaries as 6, but they were just short of the boundary.
Only one maximum we have seen in this match from Santosh. And Virender Singh drives it down the ground between the wicket.
Calls for 2, but won't come back.
.245 for the loss of 4 wickets after 42.5 overs, as Hasita Prasanna in his 9th over has an economy of conceding a run a ball as of now.
captain of Sri Lanka, finding their fielders more. Ball was in the air. He was unable to time it properly. But that's the end of the 43rd over. India 245 for 4.
After the 43rd over, India 245 for 4 would like to touch the 300 mark in the remaining 7 overs. Given the Malcolm, the Sri Lankan captain, back for another over, the 44th. Virendra Singh flicks it away towards the deep mid-wicket region and gets a single.
Malcolm is back for his 9th over.
Some message from the Indian dugout to the players.
With the current run rate, the projected score is showing is 285. India would definitely want to cross that projected score.
And would want to get at least 300 runs. Flicked away.
On the back foot towards the backward square leg. Will get a single from it. Abhishek moves to 42. Captain Virendra Singh needs to open his arms now. It's high time for India to get the run flowing and get some more boundaries. He tried. Ball was much of a fuller end delivery. If it would have connected to the bat, it would have gone towards the boundary.
We usually see it's easier for the left-handed batsman to face the left arm off spinner, but it seems to be a different case when Virendra is facing Al Malcolm. 2 dots in a row, pressure building on to the captain by the other captain. Towards deep cover, a single, a good over from the captain, limiting the runs.
Abhishek would definitely want to maximize this over. Drives it towards cover. Will get a single. And that's the end of the 44th over. India 249 for 4. Sumudulanka is back on attack from another end. Played on back foot, but umpire signal the ball was missing leg. Punched it, back foot punch towards long off, will get a single. And Abhishek moves to 44 in just 34 deliveries. Captain Virendra Singh on strike. Captain has played 28 balls, is playing on 25 runs. Batsman misses, bowler misses, keeper misses. Ball is sailing towards the boundary and will get one. Umpire signals by.
4 extras, 4 runs for India. 4 byes.
And this bonus run will definitely help India to cross 250. India have reached 254. And still there are nearly 5.3 overs left and 6 wickets in hand. India would definitely like to go hard now. Outside off's ball, late cutted it towards. Again, the third man fielder chasing the ball. Ball will win. Another 4 for India. Back-to-back 4s. This time, it was an intentional shot. Seems like Indian batters have decided they will target Sumudulanka. Pushed it towards mid-off, just for single. Abhishek wants second, but captain denies. Punched it towards. Oh, it would have been a direct hit. This was a close call, but that's overthrow, and India will get second run. There's no need to take such risky runs. But that's the end of the Sumudulanka's over. After 45 overs, India 261 for 4. The death overs have started. The last 5 overs of the first innings.
I think the Indians, getting a good total on the board. Important to win the second match and take a good lead. And the 5-match ODI bilateral series between the Indian Deaf team and the Sri Lankan Deaf team. All the matches here at the Roshanara Stadium as Malcolm comes back for the final over of his spell, the 10th over. I think he's the first bowler to complete his whole 10 overs.
Yes, he is. And fascinatingly, we have entered the last 5 overs and there's no sign of pace bowlers. Flicked it towards the square leg, just for single. Captain wants 2.
Is the Sri Lankan captain prioritizing himself here? And maybe taking the chance away from who can be better, because he hasn't been able to take up a wicket. His economy isn't also, the best. He's just going along with the run rate.
6 overs of Seelan are left. He has taken 2 crucial wickets of Santosh and Umar. Then there is Alan Rose has 3 overs. There's 1 over of Hasita Prasanna. They could have completed the final overs for India. But still, captain is bowling and no one can question the captain.
Again a miss, a swing and a miss.
Virendra Singh going hard. He definitely wants some big shots. He definitely wants some big runs. Steps out towards long off. Will get a single.
Goes on to the back foot, forcefully punched. Punting it onto the wicket there. Only a single this time. Square driven this time into the deep point area. Gets the single. That's the end of the over.
And that's the end of the spell of Captain Malcolm. 10 overs, given 50 runs and no wicket with the economy of 5 runs per over. And after the end of 46 overs, India 266 for 4. The last 4 overs, India would definitely like to capitalize these 4 overs as much as they can.
Definitely looking to get close to that 300 mark. Gives the team a psychological boost once you cross that 300 mark. 24 balls remaining. Must be looking to score at least 30 to 40 runs in these overs.
If India touches that 300 mark, that will definitely put Sri Lanka on back foot before even coming down to the chase.
We can see the Sri Lankan opener, Goyam Shanaka, coming off the pitch. Maybe some rest before he comes out to bat again, and he can pad up. As the pacer now into the attack. Seelan, 4 overs he's bowled, already taken 2 wickets. No,
He's like
there's a
Alan
change of
Rose.
bowling. Alan Rose. Scale
Al
up.
Rose is back on strike.
Well spread out field now. Deep third man, deep point. Long on, long off. And a mid wicket in position here for the left-hander. Driven this time. Straight to the fielder.
The outside
Looking
path
for
of
the
bat.
quick second there and makes it comfortably in the end. Very
running
weak
between
throw
the
there
wicket.
from the deep.
Great running between the wicket.
That is also very loose fielding from the Sri Lankans. They need to be much more tighter and on their toes to be ready, to run to the ball, quickly claim it and send it back to the fielder.
Needed a much better throw and a much better arm. Now the captain making the change. Without much effort, easy double there for the batting team.
Mo Yang legs are on the boundary. Into
That-
the
The
air.
air. Fielder settles and takes it very easily. Not getting too much power there behind the ball. The weight not going forward there for the captain.
Captain Virendra Singh departs on 35 runs by facing just 36 deliveries. Scoring just 2 boundaries. Quite slow. Definitely come in place now.
Sanju Sharma is the new batsman in.
Abhishek Singh is also playing on 48, but he would definitely not focus on his personal milestones at this moment.
Sanju Sharma, the new batsman in, and the righty-lefty combination is also maintained by the Indians. Alan Rose Caleb from round the wicket and opening the face of the bat and claims a quick single, a good throw, but the keeper has again missed it. The keeper's performance hasn't been up to the mark. Alan Rose with a brilliant over, 2 runs of the first ball. Quickly then got the captain out. As India now 269 runs for the loss of 4 wickets after 46.3 overs. Alan Rose now from over the wicket to the righty. Abhishek Singh, who's on 48, 2 runs shy of his half century. Gets a single, moves on to 49. Very close now to his half century. He can be the team's 3rd half centurion after Santosh, who scored a century, and Umar Ashraf, who also scored a half century. Well, both the batsmen then departed immediately on the next ball, both clean bowled. As Alan Rose Caleb. And that's a long shot. That's what India needed. A big hit. A stick straight down the ground. Stand and deliver from Sanju Sharma just off the second delivery of his innings. A brilliant shot, a fuller delivery from Alan Rose. That's the second 6 of the match as India now 276 for the loss of 5 wickets after 46.5 overs.
Oh, what a glorious shot it was. Full of power, full of timing. And that was out of the park.
Went over the side screen. Went over the side screen, over the cameraman present. Right into the practice grounds.
Cameraman signals he's safe.
He needs to be alert, you know. These shots can be very common. As for the last ball of the over, Sanju Sharma, that was a beautiful delivery. A great way to end this over.
Not moving his feet too much there, the batsman looking to only play with his hands, trying to open the face of the blade.
Change the length of the, Alan Rose changed the length of the bowl. Earlier he bowled too full, then he came back towards the good length.
An over of mixed emotions for the Sri Lankans.
And after the end of the 47th over, India 276 for 5.
Yes, they got the wicket of Virender Singh, but 10 runs were also conceded in the same over.
India needing exactly that from the batting. 10 and over takes them past 300 there.
Gimaduel Malcolm comes into the attack, but he's realized that he's already bowled and completed his quota of 10 overs. The final 3 overs, the final 18 deliveries of the match. Ceylon comes for his 5th.
Ceylon is the man in the bowling who has completely delivered for Sri Lanka. Got 2 crucial wickets of Santosh and Umar Ashraf. Bowled 4 overs, given 30 runs with an economy of 7.5. Flicks it toward backward square leg just for single. And with this single, Sanju completes his half century, becomes the third. Abhishek completes his half century, becomes the third batter of the day to complete his half century.
I think he doesn't know about it. Oh, yes, he does.
Not much of a celebration. Knows the work is not done yet.
Needs to give India a final finishing touch. Sanju Sharma through the ground, through the gap, the longer fielder looking to cover it off, and he will, and they'll come back for 2 runs.
Brilliant running between the wickets by the 2 batsmen. Not timing the ball too well, but still managing to get that double. Abhishek Sharma Looking for the third there also.
Now 300 seems very possible for the Indian team. Did not time it in the best manner, and they'll get a single down the ground towards long on. CLN hasn't been the most economical bowler, conceding runs, even though he has taken 2 wickets. But from the runs point of view, it hasn't been the best performance. That's a shot in the air. Will that be taken? That's a dive.
That's dropped. Brilliant
That's
effort.
a brilliant effort, though. Also saved a boundary. In most of these cases, when the players try to dive, they usually miss it.
Brilliant effort there. The ball was dying on him, making that brave effort to put his body on the line. Ball maybe just falling short of him just by an inch. But amazing commitment there by the captain.
Another single. Deliveries left and India need 18 runs.
Sachet close to us on deep cover seems to be limping. As for the next ball, Abhishek hits it towards the gap at deep mid wicket. He was thinking it should be a 4. That's why he did not run the first run too quick.
But that was a lousy running.
That's a single, could have been a couple.
Outfield is not one of the quickest over here, but better than Nassau County.
Change of ends, Alan Rose Caleb comes in for his 9th over and this penultimate over of the Indian innings. Alan Rose Caleb for his 9th over, flicked away from Abhishek Singh and get a single. Eleven deliveries remaining in the innings. These batters need to, get some runs. 17 runs they are away from a 300 run total. 16, sorry. Sanju Sharma and Abhishek Singh both showing aggression and intent in the style that they are playing with. That's an elevated shot straight down the ground. The long off fielder will get to it. And only a single.
Great throw there from the deep, keeping the batsman down to a single. Both the batsmen looking to charge. Last few deliveries, last 11 deliveries.
Last 10 deliveries left. And India would definitely want to score those 15 runs and go par that 300 benchmark. Shot of ball, wanted to cut over the two fielders, Gully and third man, but completely missed it. Not happy with himself as well.
That was not a very good ball there from the bowler. He's got third man inside the circle, point inside the circle. Choosing to bowl that wide short delivery outside the off stump. Very risky move.
Abhishek saw the ball but completely missed it. punched it backward towards the bowler. But umpire says not out. Sanju is safe. He makes his bat back through the crease.
Well, that was good reaction timing from both the non-striker and the bowler. And this shows, the umpire, how great his decision making is, that he could see in such a short manner of time if it's out or not out. Alan Rose to Abhishek.
Next delivery on the pads. Brilliant stroke there from Abhishek Sharma. Short delivery, not getting the best of the timing, but still manages to clear the boundary.
This time he'll definitely get a 6. Half a dozen runs.
India now 291 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. An important boundary they needed in the death overs. The boundaries just went away for over. And Alan Rose, a great over it was turning out to be, but that boundary, well, that has just taken away everything.
There was a fielder there at long leg, but still backing himself to clear the boundary. Again, in the air, similar zone, and this time also the ball goes beyond the boundary. Just lifting the ball in the air, using his wrist, gets the border man into play, and a magnanimous 6 over the fence.
2 consecutive 6s back to back.
15 runs of the over, a good one, and India needed that in the penultimate over of the innings. 2 consecutive 6s from Abhishek Singh. India move on to 297 for 5, a total close to 300.
And set batter Abhishek Singh is on a roll.
A pick-up flick shot from him on a good length ball to Alan Rose, the Sri Lankan best bowler.
And by the end of the 49th over, India 297 for 5.
Seelan comes in to bowl the final over of the innings.
Both the batters are now set, and both the batters are now firing throughout the ground.
The innings now in full throttle. Last over coming up, promising to be a blockbuster. The Indian team on the march, looking to go beyond 300.
Seelan doesn't get the needed elevation, still will manage a single from the outside part of his bat. India 298 now for the
Now
last
importantly
5
for
overs.
India, the set batsman Abhishek Sharma, who's striking the ball really well, is back on strike. He'll be looking to face the maximum deliveries in this over.
Sanju Sharma wanted to go too hard against Seelan, but didn't manage to time it well.
That's a shot. That's right in the air. It has got the height, not the distance, and that's a catch at deep mid wicket. Abhishek Sharma departs after a well-made 65. A delivery that was meant to hit. He hit it, could not make the most of it, and a brilliant catch taken at deep mid wicket. And the end of to this aggressive innings that has provided a finishing touch to the Indian innings comes to the end. Abhishek Singh departs for a well-made 65 of just 46 deliveries.
Ball was there in the slot to hit. Could not get the timing right. Ball looping up in the air, and a brilliant catch under pressure from the captain. The Sri Lankan skipper not making any mistake there. 4 deliveries remaining. New batsman on the crease.
And Seelan strikes back. Another set batter, another wicket for Seelan. 3 wickets, 3 crucial wickets by Seelan. What a knock by this young man. Abhishek Singh scoring 65 runs on just 47 deliveries with a strike rate of 138 runs. India now 298 for 6.
Next delivery, loud appeal there from the bowler. Probably looking for a 2, could be very dangerous. Suicidal run there.
Kuldeep Singh makes it back into the crease.
Brilliant running,
Fielders are
and
not
that
very happy with the decision.
is the team's 200. And that is the team's 300. They've touched the 300 run mark and have set a good total for the Sri Lankans to chase down.
300 is on the board. Sri Lanka is definitely now under pressure. Last 3 deliveries of this innings. wanted to play a straight drive. That was inside edge. We'll come back for two.
That's a direct hit. That will go for an
ball
overthrow.
is
Oh,
deflected.
saved. Just
And a
shy
great
from touching
save
the ropes.
Boundary rider.
Was just a centimeter away from touching the ropes. They have saved a boundary there. That did not touch the boundary there. You know, the fielders suddenly saw the ball going towards the boundary and were like, yes, we have to run and save it. And India now 303 as 2 deliveries remain in their innings. Very, very close. And a dot ball.
Wanted to go hard, high and handsome. But neither of it happened. Completely missed it. Completely out of time. Didn't manage to connect the bat with the ball properly.
Last ball of the Indian innings. Sealand to Sanju Sharma. Can Sanju Sharma make the most of it? Or will Sealand restrain him? And that's a dot ball. Left alone. Thought
That's
it would
the
be
end of the
wide.
Indian innings. That's the end of the first innings. India have scored massive 303 runs, losing 6 wickets, and have given the total target of 304 runs to the Sri Lankan team. Sri Lanka is already behind in this series and India is leading with 1-0. And now they have a massive target of 304 runs to chase down in 50 overs.
Slight brain fade moment there in the end for the batsman. Thought it was wide, let it go alone. Would not be very happy with himself. The last 2 balls not conceding any run.
And what an innings by the Santosh Kumar Mohapatra, scoring a century. A strike rate of 100 runs, 100. Then half century by Umar Ashraf, half century by Abhishek Singh with a blistering strike rate of 138 runs, leading India to a total of 303 runs.
And after the end of 50 overs, India have set a target of 304 runs for the Sri Lankans. A tough one. Won't be an easy chase. And the Indians would also have a hard time on the field with the hot weather we are experiencing here.
ਜਾਗਾ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਰੇ ਗਿਣ ਗਿਣ ਯਾਦ ਚ ਦੇਣੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਗਾ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਓ ਹੋ 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 ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਓ ਹੋ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਹੱਲੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੇਰੇ ਬਿਨ ਤਾਂ ਹਰ ਪਲ ਇਹ ਤਨਹਾਈ ਦਾ ਦੱਸ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾਗਲ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਮੌਸਮ ਤੇਰੀ ਜੁਦਾਈ ਦਾ ਓਏ ਹੱਲੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੇਰੇ ਬਿਨ ਤਾਂ ਹਰ ਪਲ ਇਹ ਤਨਹਾਈ ਦਾ ਦੱਸ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾਗਲ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਮੌਸਮ ਤੇਰੀ ਜੁਦਾਈ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਲ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਭੁੱਲ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਮਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਪਲ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਭੁੱਲ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਮਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਓ ਹੋ ਹੋ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਓ ਹੋ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਓ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਓ ਹੋ ਹੋ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਓ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਓ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਧੁੰਮਾਂ ਪੈ ਗਈਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਤੋਂ ਆਈ ਨੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਮਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਖੜੇ ਚੌਂਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਪਾਹੀ ਨੀ ਟੋਡੀ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਾ ਦਿਲ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਟੋਡੀ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਾ ਦਿਲ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਜੋ ਦਾਗੇ ਜਨ ਦੇ ਟੁਕੜੇ ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਜੱਜਦਾ ਏ ਕੋਰੇ ਮੁਖੜੇ ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਜੱਜਦਾ ਏ ਕੋਰੇ ਮੁਖੜੇ ਤੇ सड़कों पे चले जब लड़कों के दिलों में तू आग लगा दे बेबी फायर नकली से न करे तू करे जब देखे हमें झूठी लायर काला काला चश्मा जचता तेरे मुखड़े पे जैसे काला दिल जचता है तेरे चिन पे अपनी अदाओं से ज्यादा नहीं तो 10-12 लड़के तो मार ही देती होगी तू दिन में
तुझे जैसे 36 फिरते हैं मेरे वर्गी और न होनी वे वर्गी और न होनी
could have been disastrous for the Sri Lankan team.
सिर्फ एक सिंगल के लिए आप अपनी विकेट बिल्कुल भी नहीं गंवाना चाहोगे. सबसे लास्ट ऑप्शन होता है जो एक बैटर को पसंद होगा कि वो रन आउट हो जाए. कल के मुकाबले आज विवेक कुमार जो रिदम और जो लाइन और लेंथ कल डाल रहे थे वो आज प्राप्त करने में नाकाम रहे. थोड़ा पैरों की ओर ज़्यादा जाते हुए. छोटी बॉल बढ़िया रीड करी, पुल करा और जाएगा ये स्क्वायर लेग की दिशा में एक और चौका.
Brilliant pick up there from the batsman. He's transferred his weight onto the back foot and pulled it over square leg for a beautiful boundary there.
गोयम शनका ने अपने इरादे बिल्कुल साफ कर रखे हैं.
Fielder there at fine leg keeps it down to only a single. That's the end of the over. Another good over for the Sri Lankan team.
After 4 overs, 28 without any loss.
Yashwant Naidu comes in, punched off the back foot, straight to the cover fielder, a dot ball.
There was some extra bounce there, some extra zip off the wicket. The batsman up to the task, pouncing on it, getting on top of the bounce there.
कल हमको ड्राइविंग लेंथ की गेंदें ज़्यादा देखने को मिली थी, वहीं पे आज छोटी गेंदें, हार्ड हिटिंग गेंदें जो पिच पे कंधा मार के कराई जा रही हैं, वो ज़्यादा देखने को मिली है. पर अच्छी बात ये अब तक लाइन ऑफ साइड के बाहर ही रखी है.
Opening the face of the bat, guiding it towards the backward point. Rotation of the strike, a single, taking on to the scoreboard.
After completion of 5 overs, 30 without any loss.
Vivek Kumar will be coming back for his third over, or will we see a bowling change? The Sri Lankans telling their players the score from the dugout through the board and making them well aware at what run rate should they work their innings out. And they have been, doing well, going at a run rate of 6 runs and over. As Vivek Kumar comes back for his third over, the 6th over of the Indian bowling innings. And a strong back foot punch. What they need to do is to find the gaps between the fields. I think there's some good gaps. And the slip is now no more in place. There's a gully in place, a backward point, a point, an extra cover, and a mid off. And a fielder in deep square leg is also in place, because we have seen in the start that how Dhanuka Sachin and Goyam Shanaka have had the tendency to hit a lofted shot or slog over the deep square leg and the mid wicket region. As Vivek Kumar comes in, a much better timed.
Drives it on the up, not able to find the gap. Good timing, but straight to the fielder at covers. Kind of field placement there the bowler has, cannot afford to bowl too full here, has to be short of length. There's a fielder at deep square and a fielder at wide third man.
थोड़ा बाउंस से छकाने की कोशिश विवेक कुमार की.
Driven straight down the ground. Fielder at long off.
Or misfield.
I beg your pardon.
The misfield won't act too costly. They did not take the second run. Only a single.
हमने कल भी ये देखा था कि पिकअप एंड थ्रो दोनों ही टीम का उतना खास नहीं रहा, और ऐसे सिंगल्स जब तक आप सामने वाली टीम पे प्रेशर नहीं बनाओगे तब तक वो रिस्की रन लेना नहीं छोड़ेगी.
The Sri Lankan innings steaming on well as they push it around towards deep square leg for a single. Shanaka rotating the strike, increasing his score, the team score. Sachin has been promoted up the order. He's not an opener usually. They might have sent him, for his quick running, for his aggression, but he seems to lack the intent. Hasn't been the fastest player so far. Shanaka has taken the attacking lead, but Sachin just 9 runs of 19 deliveries.
कल का ओपनर जो था उदय लकमल कहाँ खेला आज? रुक
Uday Lakmal, who was replaced by Hasitha Prasanna, the right-arm pacer, who also took 2 wickets, is not in the playing 11, and thus Dinaka Sachin has been promoted up the order to open the batting as Sri Lanka added an extra bowler to their arsenal.
अगले बैटर संपत अपने आप को तैयार करते हुए, ऐसा उनको महसूस हो रहा है कि जैसे विकेट आने वाली है. आउटसाइड एज, थिक आउटसाइड एज, और उसी के लिए पीछे फील्डर सजा रखा है थर्ड मैन पे.
Sachin has played a lot of deliveries, a lot of dot deliveries. Needs to rotate the strike a bit. We often see the batsman at the other end gets frustrated when he does not get strike for prolonged periods of time.
Yashwant Naidu, who didn't have the best of starts, is putting the pressure of the dot balls. But as we say that, that's in there, straight to mid-on, and that's the first wicket. As Dinaka Sachin has to go out, he was not showing the intent, and he hands a straight catch to mid-on. The pressure was piling upon him of the dot deliveries that he had played, and that's a wicket for Yashwant Naidu, who had a poor start.
Wanted to play it over the mid wicket, got a leading edge while looping up straight to the fielder at mid-on. And the gates have opened finally for the Indian team. First wicket falls down because of the dot balls, because of that extra pressure. He had to play that aggressive stroke, got the leading edge.
और इसी विकेट के लिए संपत अपने आप को तैयार कर रहे थे, और इसी के साथ संपत एंट्री लेते हुए और अब साथ निभाएंगे गोयम शनका का, जो 24 रन बना के खेल रहे हैं 17 गेंदों पे.
Yesterday, Sampath and Goyam Shanaka built a good partnership. Today, they'd like to make the same. Today, they'd like to do the similar thing. Stabilize the Sri Lankan batting in their big chase of 304 runs.
यशवंत नायडू को इस मैच की पहली सफलता मिलते हुए.
Some drinks between the wicket for the players in the field. It's already too hot for them to handle this weather, as Yashwant Naidu gets the first wicket of the Sri Lankan batting order in the form of Dinaka Sachin, who departs for not a good knock, just 9 runs, but consumed 21 deliveries.
एक और गुड लेंथ डिलीवरी, खिंची हुई गेंद डाल रहे हैं, थोड़ा टेम्प्ट करना चाहते हैं बैटर को कि वो ड्राइव करे, फील्डर के ऊपर से मारने की कोशिश करे.
Just punched on the back foot to the cover fielder. A similar situation like the previous delivery. If we look at the ground today, the outfield seems to be very slow. The ball is not running towards the boundary until you have got excellent timing and some power behind it. The ball bouncing, if it's in the air, it's just bouncing on the field and not going towards the boundary. Its speed is decreasing after getting dragged or bouncing on the pitch.
गैप में मारने की कोशिश थी और मिसफील्ड के चलते एक सिंगल मिल जाएगा। और संपत ऑफ द मार्क, अपना पहला रन स्कोर करते हुए इस मैच का। पहले ओडीआई में संपत ने बहुत बेहतरीन अर्धशतक लगाया था। तिरसठ रनों की पारी खेली थी पहले ओडीआई में और उनका साथ गोइम शनका ने निभाया था जो 49 रन पे आउट हुए थे। और इन दोनों की पार्टनरशिप ने ही कल श्रीलंका की लाज बचाई थी। अगर डायरेक्ट हिट होता तो शायद क्लोज कॉल होता। दूसरे एंड पे भी अगर डायरेक्ट हिट लगता तो क्लोज कॉल होता। और ये बेन स्टोक्स मोमेंट जहां एक रन नहीं होना था, दोनों साइड पे विकेट का चांस था, वहां पे ना तो विकेट मिली लेकिन श्रीलंका को 2 रन जरूर मिल गए। Seven overs, 36 for 1. पैरों की दिशा में करी गई गेंद, लेकिन उसके लिए शॉर्ट फाइन लेग पे फील्डर सजा रखा है। यशवंत को एक विकेट मिल चुकी है, लेकिन विवेक अपनी पहली विकेट इस मैच की ढूंढते हुए कहीं ना कहीं इस ओवर में वो एक विकेट लेने की पूरा प्रयास करेंगे। गैप ढूंढना चाहते थे, पॉइंट और गली के बीच में से शॉट मारना चाहते थे, लेकिन ना ही टाइमिंग हुई और ना ही गैप ढूंढ पाए।
Vivek charging in now, looking for his first wicket. Short delivery, played off the back foot. Hitting high on the blade. No single there. The infielding from India has been very live wire. Not allowing the Sri Lankan team to take any easy singles. Next delivery, played down the ground towards the fielder at mid-on. Could be a... That's a poor throw. That's a very poor throw. Both ends were vacant. He could have easily walked and hit the stumps at the bowler's end. But a terrible mix-up and a terrible miss here by the fielder at mid-on. He had no clue where both the batsmen were. And a very wild throw there to the keeper, who had no chance of grabbing that one. Definitely a miss for India.
Vivek Kumar in the attack for his own 4th over. Sri Lanka 1 wicket down. As these two batters, Sampath and Shanaka, had a bit of mix-up in the last two deliveries. That's a full ball hitting down the ground, races towards the boundary, and that's a 4. They needed this after the last 2 boundaries, did not have a 4, and also they had lost the wicket. A brilliant shot down the ground. India has had a tough time this over in terms of fielding and overall. They missed run out and had poor throws. And now a brilliant shot hitting down the ground. And that's a 4. 4 runs is the total catalogue of them. In their chase towards the target of 304 runs, Vivek Kumar from over the wicket. This time, punched simply towards extra cover.
After 8 overs, 41 for 1.
Sri Lankans showing the intent in the batting, while also looking to play with much more composure and patience.
यशवंत नायडू अपना 5वां ओवर लाते हुए छोटी गेंद कट किया सीधा पॉइंट के हाथों में 1 रन के लिए। सिर्फ इसी बॉल के लिए पॉइंट के फील्डर को पीछे सजा रखा है और फील्डिंग जो फील्ड चूज कर रखी है इंडिया ने कल के मुकाबले काफी अलग है और अब कुछ चेंजेस होते हुए शॉर्ट कवर्स फील्ड में आ गए हैं। शायद छोटी बॉल से छकाने का प्लान बनाया है, गुडलैंड से बॉल को छाती तक उठाने का। फुल टॉस,
अरे बबू मारी बाउंस मेरे को फुल टॉस दिखी या तो मेरे को दिखी नहीं। हाँ दिखी नहीं भाई, वो वाइट बैकग्राउंड में मिस हो गई होगी। हाँ छोटी पड़ी है। आप मैंने बोला था बाउंसर मारेगा, उसने वही मारी है तो मुझे दिखी नहीं। 2 बॉल हो गई।
Next delivery gets the outside edge. Fielder at third man keeps it down to a single. He's been hitting the hard length here so far in this over. Got the fielder out from one of the slips and moved him to short cover. And so far, he's been bowling hard lengths to the batsman. Next delivery, plays it straight back to the bowler.
Easy single. और ये पार्टनरशिप बहुत ही क्रूशल है श्रीलंका के लिए, और अगर ये इंडिया जल्दी ब्रेक करती है तो इसके बाद शायद इतने डिपेंडेबल बैटर श्रीलंका के पास बचेंगे नहीं. छोटी गेंद हवा में, फील्डर चेस करते हुए, लेकिन स्क्वायर लेग के ऊपर से गिरेगी और रन आउट का मौका. अंपायर ने उंगली खड़ी कर दी है और ये पार्टनरशिप ब्रेक हो चुकी है. जिस विकेट की इंडिया को दरकार थी वो रन आउट के रूप में इंडिया को मिली है.
India have broken the partnership as Sampath has to depart.
The new batsman, the Sri Lankan captain, Gimdu Malcolm, steps onto the pitch, joins Goyam Shanaka. No, sorry. Yes, he joins Goyam Shanaka for a second wicket partnership. A new bowler steps on, it's Sanju Sharma. Off the back foot punch towards the square leg fielder. Another dot ball. Helping Sri Lanka's cause. Helping India's cause actually, and putting pressure on Sri Lanka. This is what the Indians want, you know, added pressure. Sanjay Sharma over the wicket. Punch to the cover fielder. Again, we can say the picking up the ball in the first time and having it go at the throw has been poor from the fielders, you know. You've seen that too much today.
अगर संजू शर्मा नए बैटर मलकम का विकेट लेने में सफल होते हैं तो इंडिया के लिए ये पावर प्ले बहुत ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि मलकम का बल्ला चलता रहता है, रुकता नहीं है, और अगर उनको अपने पाले में गेंद मिलेगी तो वो बिल्कुल भी मौका नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
A swing and a miss, and the keeper also misses it. They'll get runs of the byes. Only a single as Malcolm was late to respond. Goem Shanaka now on strike. A lefty-righty combination in the middle. Two great Sri Lankan batsmen on the crease.
Delivery goes across the line and he has been castled, completely bamboozled there, hitting the top of the middle stump. And the stumps are on the ground there.
Goem Shanaka gets clean bowled by Goem Shanaka, clean bowl there. The stump got uprooted. Brilliant bowling from Sanjay Sharma. A little bit of drinks break for the umpires and the Sri Lankan batsmen.
और पहला पावर प्ले भी यहाँ पे समाप्त होता हुआ. After 10 overs, 48 for 3 Sri Lanka.
The Indians would want that this opens the floodgates, you know. Now 3 wickets have fallen, and soon the number 3 changes to 7, 8, 9, and then 10. As soon as possible, that is. New batsman comes onto the crease at number 5 after the fall of 3 wickets. He'll have the job to create a good partnership with the Sri Lankan captain Gimaduel Malcolm and stabilize the Sri Lankan innings, which has lost its way. Had a good start, an aggressive start, but ever since the first wicket, actually ever since the 3rd over, we haven't seen them back up. You know, their intent has been there, but they haven't been able to connect the ball, and they have had some difficulties.
India now on top of Sri Lanka. 3 wickets have fallen. A big target to chase. Desperately in need of a partnership here.
And Yashwant Naidu comes back for a 6th over. As after the end of 10 overs, Sri Lanka 48 for the loss of 3 wickets. With the start of the second power play, we can have 4 fielders outside. We can have 4 fielders outside the field now.
नए खिलाड़ी क्रीज पे मलकम का साथ निभाते हुए. श्रीलंका की सबसे क्रूशल विकेट इस टाइम पे मलकम है. अगर वो एक विकेट इंडिया को मिलती है किसी भी जरिए, तो उसके बाद श्रीलंका का इस मैच में वापसी आना नामुमकिन हो जाएगा.
Yashwant Naidu to start the second power play. In the second power play, there's 2 slips in place and only 2 fielders inside the circle when you can have 4. And again hit hard, straight to the cover fielder. Another dot delivery. That was not a good throw. Necessarily not needed. We can see some complaints from the man at 3rd man. Not happy with the throw.
यशवंत शायद अपना लास्ट ओवर लेके आ रहे हैं इस स्पेल का, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वो 5 ओवर डाल चुके हैं. ये 6ठा ओवर है उनका. कोशिश पूरी करेंगे कि 1 विकेट इस ओवर में वो छटका सके.
Sixth over on the trot for the bowler. Putting his all in for his team. Slight changes in the field. Deep third and a deep square leg in position now.
Alan Rose scale up the front line pace for Sri Lanka has been sent at number 5. A surprising move from the Sri Lankans. Would this ploy work in their favour or will it be against them? Well, solid in his defense. The frontline bowler seems to be pretty handy with the bat. Let's see if this ploy works in the favour of Sri Lanka or not.
Alan Rose would definitely try to slow the pace of the game down. That won't help Sri Lanka, but yeah, that would definitely frustrate the Indian fans and commentators as well.
Yashwant Naidu in the 11th over, that's left alone by Alan Rose. Yashwant Naidu in his 6th over. Played off the back foot. That's gone through both the fielders. That will be a boundary. Alan Rose gets off the mark with the 4. Sri Lanka needed this boundary desperately.
बढ़िया चौका, उम्मीदों के विपरीत ये चौका लगाते हुए एलन रोज.
Beautiful shot there from the batsman, getting on top of the bounces, opening the face of the blade, guiding the ball through the gap and gets the boundary. Sri Lanka desperately needing these boundaries here.
और इसी चौके के साथ श्रीलंका का अर्धशतक भी पूरा हुआ. 53 रन 3 विकेट के नुकसान पे. After 11 overs, 53 for 3 Sri Lanka.
It's been a difficult series for Sri Lanka. It's been a difficult series for Sri Lanka that they have begun with. Lost the first game, were completely dominated by the Indian players. In the second game, again they have a huge target to chase. They begin well, but now they're again on the back foot as Sanju Sharma comes back for his second over.
बढ़िया शॉट, स्ट्रेट ड्राइव जाएगी चौके के लिए साइड स्क्रीन के पास.
Brilliant stroke there from the batsman. Just a bottom hand jab there, timing the ball and just placing it with there is no fielder ever.
The Sri Lankan captain showing his class once again. A fuller delivery, driven down the ground, straight for a boundary.
बिल्कुल सीधा बैट का फेस सामने की ओर और बढ़िया स्ट्रेट ड्राइव.
Given the well, Malcolm ready to face Sanju Sharma. This time he's flicked away, he's gone through the gap. The square leg fielder Santosh Mohapatra is chasing the delivery. He won't be able, and that's 2 fours and 2 deliveries. El Malcolm increasing the tempo, and with 2 boundaries, the score moving on to 61. In the last 3 deliveries of the match, 3 consecutive boundaries. Sanju Sharma not with the best of starts to this over.
बढ़िया शॉट ये मलकम का, पैरों पे गेंद बढ़िया तरीके से उसको दिशा दिखाई मिड विकेट की ओर, कोई फील्डर नहीं और चौका. 2 बैक टू बैक चौके के साथ संजू शर्मा अंडर प्रेशर, मलकम ऑन टॉप. आगे कराई गई गेंद इस बार उतने अच्छे से टाइम नहीं कर पाए.
A bit of a minor feeling adjustment as the deep backward square leg goes to deep square leg position.
Outside edge and taken. Malcolm, the big man, the skipper, the captain of Sri Lanka, goes back to the dugout.
Sai Akash has plucked that ball from thin air and a brilliant catch to dismiss the Sri Lankan skipper given to Al Malcolm. The Indian team jumps in elation of the wicket. Sanjay Sharma.
Not a very smart shot there from the captain. Already had scored 2 boundaries in that over. Was not required, was not needed. Got the outside edge and straight to the fielder at short third.
And the fourth batsman of Sri Lanka is down. Almost half of the team is back to the pavilion.
Will the Indians follow this breakthrough and get more wickets and finish the innings as soon as possible and in the least amount of runs possible? Or will the Sri Lankan all-rounders and the lower order can handle the heat of the...
2 step आगे लिए और फिर डिफेंस.
His feet movement, yes, is quite strange. But he'd like to use that as a benefit maybe and guide Sri Lanka to a comeback if there's one possible in this match.
पर इस मोमेंट पे श्रीलंका पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड करने का सोचेगा. बड़े शॉट के पीछे जाना शायद इस टाइम पे समझदारी ना हो, क्योंकि आपके पास अभी भी 38 ओवर्स 38 ओवर बचे हुए हैं और आपको 243 रन चेस करने हैं. Twelve overs, 61 for 4. पहला स्पिन अटैक इंद्रनील सधु खान. आज ओपन किया था इन्होंने. अब बॉलिंग में विकेट का खाता खोलना बाकी है.
.62 for the loss of 4 wickets now Sri Lanka. The batters, they need to the players need to manage, their game plan on how they need to work on in these proceedings. The pitch has been behaving a bit odd for the batsmen. We expect
अपील जोरदार, लेकिन अंपायर बिल्कुल भी इंटरेस्टेड नहीं. बोला बैट और बॉल का कोई संपर्क नहीं. इसके पहले बॉल ने जरूर आउटसाइड एज ली थी, लेकिन कोई स्लिप नहीं थी. और एक और विचित्र सा शॉट, एक पैर उठा के
Played down the ground, pushed for a single. Rajita Sanka with his interesting footwork, and now Alan Rose Calip on the strike to face Indranil, and that's gone through. But Alan Rose not aware with what's happening, misses on an extra bye.
Beaten all ends up there. Brilliant over from the bowler. Beating the batsman thrice there in that over. Almost looked like getting a wicket at least a couple of times in that last over.
The teams, haven't tried to change the ends of the bowlers. Like if the bowler is bowling from one end, whenever he bowls for his another spell, he is given the chance from the same end. For example, yesterday as well, Sanju Sharma had bowled 2 overs in the power play, in the second power play, right in the start. And when he was given his 3rd over, he bowled from the similar end, not from the other end. Sanju Sharma steams in, flicked away for a single. He's really, bending himself, Rajita Sanka, downwards to get his weight on the ball.
Next delivery, playing it tentatively there, the batsman already on the front foot and just letting the ball come onto the bat there. Sri Lanka need to make a match out of this one. Already 4 wickets down, need a partnership here. Struck right in front, effort delivery there from the bowler. Already knew the weight was on the front foot. Brilliantly bowled Yorker, hitting him right on the front foot there.
With that, Rajita Sankar has to depart and half the Sri Lankan side is gone. He looks disappointed, throws his bat in the air for a second.
The Sri Lankan batting falling like 9 pins here. Nobody is able to stay there on the crease. It's a big target to chase, and with the way the wickets are falling apart, I don't think this match will go till the 50th over.
पिछले पैर का बिल्कुल कोई मूवमेंट नहीं था, बिल्कुल बीच में थे. जरा सा भी अगर मिस करते तो सीधा प्लम था और वही हुआ. मिस एंड आउट. नए बैटर सीलन और शायद से ये लास्ट बैटिंग पार्टनरशिप भी हो सकती है.
plays it on towards mid-wicket, a short punch.
Sanju Sharma delivers his best. 3 overs, 3 wickets in just 11 runs.
That has been a great start, in the second power play by Sanju Sharma. India needed a strong bowler and a strong start, and he's done exactly the same thing.
Exactly. 14 overs done, 65 for 5.
From this point down, Sri Lanka's main aim would be at least cross the 100 run mark and have some kind of consolation innings from the batters.
The Indian bowlers completely dominating the Sri Lankan batting order right now. The spinner back with his second over in his previous over. Almost got the batsman out twice there.
Anil Sadukhan.
Alan Rose Caleb solid in his front for defense, the batting all-rounder.
बॉल को थोड़ा सा फ्लाइट दिया, प्लेयर को टेम्प्ट किया कि वो बॉल की ओर अप्रोच करें बड़े शॉट के लिए, लेकिन एलन रोज कंप्लीटली मिस करते हुए
bowling with a good pace there.
The spinners seem to have a tough time, with the wickets. And that's a misfield, that's a fumble. Sri Lanka will steal a run. That was supposed to be stopped there.
Wanted to play it towards the mid-wicket area. Got the leading edge. Ball goes to the extra cover region. Misfield there from the fielder, allowing the single. The bowler clearly not happy with that effort.
But the question is, will Sri Lanka cross the landmark of 100 runs? A loud appeal, and the finger goes up. The ceiling goes out, back to the pavilion. Indraneel strikes. He gets his first wicket of the match.
Pretty straightforward decision there for the umpire. Struck on the back pad, playing across the line in front of the stumps. Given out by the umpire. Totally beaten there by the pace. The ball rushed onto him and completely done there by the off spinner.
The batsman seemed disappointed there, was signalling that maybe the ball was going down leg to the umpire, but no. He has been signalled out and he has to depart. A brilliant wicket for Indraneel.
Ceiling departs for 0.
Six wickets down for Sri Lanka after 66 runs. The scoreboard reads all 6. 6-6 for 6 after 14.4 overs.
सिंगल, बॉल को पुश किया लॉन्ग ऑन की दिशा में और 1 रन। इसी के साथ 15 ओवर्स की समाप्ति पे 67 for 6 after 15 overs.
From this position, coming back into the match seems impossible for Sri Lanka. But they'll still have some glimmer of hope, and maybe these batsmen can use this opportunity to show their batting skills and how they can handle pressure and guide Sri Lanka to at least a respectable total, even if they're not able to chase down what they have to.
पर सवाल ये है, क्या संजू शर्मा इस ओवर में भी एक और विकेट चटका पाएंगे।
Now Alan Rose has been on the pitch for quite a lot of time. He needs to take the initiative of scoring the runs, as the required run rate is piling upon them. Nearly 6.8 runs in over. As Hasita Prasanna, the man brought in for Uday Lakmala today, is on the pitch.
Almost another Yorker there. Trying to hit the block hole. Trying to target the stumps there. India going for the kill. Looking for wickets. Very attacking field there from the Indian bowling.
कल जो रोल विवेक कुमार का था, आज वो रोल संजू शर्मा का है और संजू शर्मा उसको डिलीवर भी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे अपनी लाइन से भटके और एक वाइड.
We were delivery this time, going down the leg side. Brilliant take from the keeper. Wide signaled by the umpire.
Well, from the way the ball was coming on the bat in the starting of the innings, when their openers were there, when Malcolm was there, our pitch report prediction was very accurate. You know, the ball is coming nicely onto the bat and playing well. But now, if we look at the scorecard and someone will listen to us saying that the pitch will get better for the batsman, they'll think we are probably bluffing. But in this case, I believe the Indians' bowling has been too good for the Sri Lankan batsmen to face. As now the lower middle order exposed to the Indian bowlers just in the second power play.
Saved by the inside edge there. Had no clue where the ball had gone.
काफी मोटा अंदरूनी किनारा. अब यहाँ से श्रीलंका कितने रन जोड़ पाती है और कितना नज़दीक इस टोटल के जा पाती है, ये भी अब एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है. फुल लेंथ डिलीवरी, यॉर्कर करने की कोशिश. और संजू शर्मा ने बहुत बुरी तरीके से श्रीलंकन बैटर्स को जकड़ रखा है. रन वो दे नहीं रहे, हर ओवर में विकेट चटका रहे हैं. प्रेशर पूरा का पूरा श्रीलंकन बैटर्स के ऊपर डाल दिया गया है. इस ओवर में एक वाइड के अलावा कोई रन नहीं दिया, लेकिन इस बार रन लेने की कोशिश जरूर थी. पर गली का फील्डर एकदम चुस्त और मुस्तैद.
वो टेंट है ना, हाँ, क्योंकि हमने भी कई बार ये हमारी टूर्नामेंट की अपनी पार्टी होती थी या उस टाइम होती थी, तो हम भी वही
16 overs, 68 for 6, Sri Lanka.
पुरानी वाली फिरोशा कोटला तो बिल्कुल काली मिट्टी, तो बिल्कुल अब तो वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. नहीं यार, वो एक दो मैच ही ऐसे हुए थे और वो फ्रेश विकेट था ना, पहले थोड़े 4-5 मैच हो जाते हैं ना विकेट सेटल हो जाता है। अरे सर ये अमेरिका में भी तो अभी हुआ, उन्होंने वो वाली पिच लगाई सीधा मैच गिरा दिया, ड्रॉपिंग पिच ले लो, इसी रन का बन गया। कोटला में तो बढ़िया रन बनते हैं।
Indranil. बैकवर्ड स्क्वायर लेग थोड़े ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड थे, पर बाकी किसी को भी इस कॉल पे दिलचस्पी नहीं। बढ़िया बॉल। फ्लिक किया स्क्वायर लेग के ऊपर से और मिलेगा चौका। बहुत ही देर बाद एक बाउंड्री देखने को मिली श्रीलंकन बैटर्स की ओर से।
A boundary, we have rarely seen that in the past few overs from the Sri Lankan batters. 73 runs for them into the 19th over. That's Lee straight to cover.
After 17 overs, 73 for 6 Sri Lanka. And here's the drinks break.
वाला है ना, उससे पहले पहले उन्होंने नीचे बनाया है।
Punched off the back foot right back to Sanjay Sharma. He seems to be in good form. On the second delivery of his innings, he hit a 6 down the ground, and he has already got 3 wickets already. Sri Lanka 6 down.
सीनियर्स बॉल भी जैसे मनी ग्रे वाले वो कह रहा है सीनियर्स गालियाँ दे रहे हैं, बॉल नहीं दे रहा कोई बना के, गीली बॉल पकड़ा दे रहे हैं ऐसी। हाँ दूसरों के मौके प्रांशु विजयरन खेल रहे इतने साल से नहीं, पर प्रांशु विजयरन कैप्टन था ना इस बार। हाँ तब अरे उसका कप्तान ये मैं डीपीएल में था, सारे मैचों में लीड करी है, 3 ओवर 50-50 रन खाए हैं। डीपीएल में रन भी तो ऐसे पड़े यार, तो आपको पता चल जाता ना आपका लेवल फिर। हाँ बनता भी था, वंश को कीपर की तरह बैकअप लिया है। हाँ गांधी अपने साथ एक बार पहले लाया था इसको, उसने भूत भर दिया। अरे उस दिन डीपीएल में भी अपनी गलती से आउट हुआ, 100 हो जाती।
I think the way the Sri Lankans are in this situation, their match seems to be pretty much over. Well, left alone.
अब हिम्मत सिंह भी किसी ने नहीं लिया ना, लिया है। अब सार्थक रंजन देख लो कितने साल से खेल रहा है, मोटा हो गया। हाँ ऐसा हो गया ना। ये कितने साल से खेल रहे हैं, हितेंद्र दलाल हो गया, सार्थक रंजन हो गया। ईशान शर्मा वगैरह को तो इन्होंने आईपीएल में आशीष नेहरा वगैरह ने ले लिया कि चलो अपने दिल्ली वाले जो जो लड़के बच जा रहे हैं सबको ले लो। नहीं पर आईपीएल में उसने पिछली बार अच्छी बॉल डाली है ईशान शर्मा ने, कि बॉलिंग ही करनी है केवल। गुजरात से कहाँ ही खेलने को मिले, बड़ी विकेट, अबे बड़ा ग्राउंड है ना। इंडियन पेसर है, कौन है इंडियन पेसर? सिराज। हाँ बन जाता है, कोई किसी के मैच में इंजरी होगी, लंबा टूर्नामेंट है। कौन नौके बहुत पिटा पिछले, ओए आउट है जया, हो गया काम।
There's a loud appeal, and the leg umpire gives out. That's a stumping. The 7th man for Sri Lanka goes out. Only 3 wickets remaining for India to win. Sri Lanka are in here for a heavy defeat. Hasita Prasanna getting dismissed.
After 18.2 overs, Sri Lanka 73 for 7. Last 3 wickets left for India to win the game.
जाट गुजर होते हैं या पहाड़ी लड़के होते हैं, यही 3 होते हैं, बहुत कम आपको इसके अलावा कोई दिखेगा। अरे उस दिन अभी जब DPL की लीडिंग स्कोरर चारों लड़के पहाड़ी है, ठीक है। मयंक रावत दिखा नहीं, क्या है दिखा है यार, मेरे को उसको समझ ही नहीं आ रहा क्या सीन है। वो उसने ये दिल्ली कैपिटल्स के ट्रायल में 3 पे 3 छक्के मारे हैं उसने। हाँ ये क्योंकि आर्यन उसमें है ना, ये
The innings just moving along. The Sri Lankans
वालों में
have no stability, and I think this match is over for them. A bit of a feeling. And there's a deep square leg. And the long on in place.
पर सर पूरे ये DPL में मयंक रावत ऐसा है जिसने अकेले एट विल किसी को भी छक्के मारे।
The pace of the game is slowed down.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, ऐसी सेटिंग ये नहीं कर सकता क्या सोनेट का।
Indranil with his successful over.
RCB में पहले राजस्थान में थे, एक साथ गए। हाँ वो चल नहीं रहा, उनको बहुत मौके मिल गए।
The last ball of the over. Another solid defense. Alan Rose Kaleb standing with the one side, but nobody is there to build a partnership with him.
पहले तो सहवाग और गंभीर आते थे, जब खालसा का पुराना वाला होता था वो अंदर बंद वाला। पहले IPL नहीं होता था ना, हम तो देखने आ जाते थे क्योंकि मेरा घर सामने ही था खालसा।
Sanju Sharma back for another over. What they look is to wrap up the match, get those 3 wickets that are remaining as fast as possible.
What a brilliant performance by Sanju Sharma till now. 5 overs, 1 maiden, given 12 runs, taken 3 wickets with an economy of 2.40. Outstanding.
Off the back foot, opening the shape of the bat. Another draw delivery. At this point, I feel that even the Sri Lankans themselves don't have any hope of recovering from this situation or salvaging anything that's left from this match.
It's a good decision from the Indian captain to bring back Sanju Sharma.
Sanju Sharma constantly targeting the stumps. Is it the bottom of the blade of most the bats?
It's been a long spell by Sanju. Sri Lanka needs 230 runs to win the game, and India needs 3 wickets of Sri Lanka to take a lead with 2-0 in this series. In today's match, with bat, with ball, India has completely outshined the Sri Lankan.
The Sri Lankan innings has been, very short. It's been just 1 1 hour and 15 minutes that they have batted, and already they are in a pothole, and the innings seems to be coming to an end. The Indian innings went on for a total of 4 hours, and their innings seems to be much shorter than that one.
Last ball of Sanju's over, and might be the last ball of Sanju's spell. It's been a really long spell of 6 overs.
Inside edge there. Wanted to play the ball towards the mid-on area, but taken the inside edge of the blade, and the batsman scamper through for a triple. 3 fielders there converging for the ball. That's how that was well placed accidentally by the batsman.
And by the end of the 20th over, 77 for 7, 777 for Sri Lanka.
बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर था एंड ना मेरा काम क्या था मिडिल ओवर्स में आना एंड रन रोकना एंड डेथ ओवर में 2 फाइनल ओवर डालना एंड 70 क्योंकि मैं देखो मैं मेरे हाथों में जान तो है.
That's it straight down the ground, and that will be a boundary. Very unexpected, but yes, a consolation for them.
Sumudulaka goes down the ground, opens his arm, and a welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. Definitely this moved the scorecard of Sri Lanka. Defense. Outside edge, ball running towards the boundary, 2 fielders chasing the ball. Ball won't cross the boundary, but Sri Lankan batter will definitely get a run. Alan Rose, the consistent batter of Sri Lanka.
A bit of a fumble, but they'll not get a single. You know, at this point, they cannot risk any wickets, even though they've lost the majority of them. Alan Rose Caleb, you know, you have to. He has done a commendable job in the middle. Came in at number 5 and 3 wickets had fallen and is still there.
A dill scoop. Didn't connect it, but keeper misses it. Ball is chasing down to the boundary. Won't cross the boundary. But player would definitely get some runs. Feels like Sri Lankan batters are trying new things now, because the traditional things aren't working for them.
Off spinner. Might be a wicket here. And that's a great appeal there from the keeper. Good work behind the stumps. quick gather and takes off the bails. That's the end of the over.
And by the end of the 21st over, Sri Lanka 84 for 7.
Now with just 3 wickets remaining in the Sri Lankan batting order, the Indians would like to get rid of all the remaining wickets as soon as possible and have a big victory on their hands. Sri Lanka had to chase 304 runs in the 50 overs they were given. Had a good start, but then in the middle they lost their way, lost so many wickets now that they are struggling and are out of contention to win this match. Until there's a Glenn Maxwell repetition here. How Glenn Maxwell in the match against Afghanistan in the Cricket World Cup last year, a lone warrior. If we see that today, well, that will be special, that will be surprising and unexpected. As Alan Rose-Caleb seems to be the ideal man to do it, as he's been here since the 3rd wicket fell. Kuldeep Singh, the left armour introduced, starts with the wide. Kuldeep Singh starts with the wide, a full flighted ball and missed.
Beautifully bowled there. Just enough amount of air given by the bowler to entice that drive.
A slight error in our stats is actually Akash Singh who's bowling left arm off spin over the wicket. He had a good time with the bat, scored a valuable knock of 66 runs.
It seems like Sri Lankan batters just trying to stay on the crease and keep the game alive as long as they can. A long shot down the ground, fielder comes under it and takes it. Sumudu Lanka departs.
That is the 8th wicket that falls to Sri Lanka. Akash Singh strikes it in first over. He's wrapping off the innings and that's a brilliant performance from him today. Excelled with the bat. Takes a wicket in his very first over and a brilliant catch. The sun in his eyes and the ball was rising and rising, but he still took that catch at long off. 8th wicket for Sri Lanka falls as the new batter steps onto the pitch to join Alan Rose-Caleb.
Sumudu Lanka scored 9 runs of 13 deliveries with a 1 boundary and now departs back to the pavilion.
Give some advice to the player entering the pitch, number 75.
One advice would be get out as soon as possible. New batters Sachit Makaranda. Flighted delivery, tempted the batter to go long, to hit over the boundary, but completely missed it. Bit of a faster delivery as compared to the previous ball.
Pushing it there, the bowler mixing it very beautifully. This time again a flighted delivery driven by the batsman straight to the fielder at extra cover. That's the end of another successful over for Team India. Just 2 wickets away from a very well-deserved victory.
And by the end of the 22nd over, 85 for 8 Sri Lanka.
As the sun sets and we move on to the evening, we also approach the end of the match, I think, because the Sri Lankans, they aren't showing any resistance to the Indian bowling attack.
पेन भी उसी में है, पैड और पेपर भी उसी में है. देखते हैं देंगे भी नहीं.
Indraneel back for his 6th over. Ball in the air. Fielder misses it. Indraneel is not happy with the attempt. Ball was in the air. It could have been taken. The fielder at point completely missed it. Indraneel is disappointed with the fielder's judgment.
Another wicket falls down. Now they're falling like 9 pins. Flighted delivery looped up in the air. The batsman wanting to go down the ground, completely beaten in the air. Gets the outside half of the blade. Ball loops up in the air. And a simple catch for the fielder at point. 9th wicket now falling down for the Sri Lankan team. India inching closer to the victory. So very bold. That is beautifully bowled there by the bowler. Giving the ball some air, inviting the big shot and getting the edge. The last batsman now walking for the Sri Lankan team. India on the door of victory. Just 1 wicket away.
Alan Rose is still on the crease. But rest, everybody is falling like the ball of pins. Urvagala Jatunge is the next batter on the crease. A mysterious leave by Urvagala Jatunge. 86 for 9 Sri Lanka. Last wicket. India would want to get that wicket as soon as possible and take the victory, take the lead in this series.
कुछ बोला तेरे को लिख ले, जरूरत हुई तो ठीक, नहीं तो छोड़. छोटा सा लिख ले, इतना बड़ा मत लिखियो पूरा पूरा वो ये वो उसने इतना लिया उसने उतना लिया।
हमें स्टैट्स की तरह लिख दे बस।
कल इसने पूरा लिख दिया भाई, इसने पूरे मैच में क्या किया।
10वीं क्लास में है ना वो, अब उसके पास एनर्जी है। हमारी उम्र तक आते हैं तो कहेगा
कॉलेज में आने में काम चोरी आ जाती है।
हाँ हमारी उम्र तक आते हैं
टीयू में जाओ तो और छोड़ा है क्या करना है।
भाई मैं भी आफ्टर मैच प्रेजेंटेशन में ज़्यादा किसी को, भाई सबको मैच खत्म हो गया, इंटरेस्ट किसी को नहीं है, ठीक है, सबको अपने घर जाना है।
Ball is in the air, and this time Alan Rose connects it over long off. The ball sails over the boundary. That's a big 6 for Alan Rose.
Beautiful shot there from the batsman. Just lifting the ball inside out, playing along with the spin. Beautiful shot. The moment it hit the bat, it was a 6. Now the wicket keeper is having a look at what kind of a bat is the batsman using.
Alan Rose Caleb. The previous match, in the first ODI, he delivers it with the ball and now with the bat. What a player he is.
Full toss this time, and played with murderous ferocity down the ground. Almost took the bowler's hand with it.
More of a flighty delivery, full toss, under the eyes of the batter. And Alan Rose is now completely set. He can see ball like a football now. Strikes it down the ground and gets a 4. It's 10 runs of 2 deliveries. Akash Singh under pressure. And this time, a solid forward defense. Again a flighted delivery, again down the ground with full power, and ball is down the boundary. Again a 4. Third boundary in this over. A 6, a 4, and again a 4.
Brilliant shot there down the ground, flexing his muscles. Despite the loss of 9 wickets, he hasn't lost hope.
And with this boundary, Sri Lanka have completed their 100. A solid forward defense again. Seems like flexing his skills to the bowler.
एक ओवर में जड़ दिए, 14 तो इसी ओवर में आ गए।
And a single of last delivery. Alan Rose will keep the strike in the next over.
रन मारे हैं रोज ने, इतना मारने के बाद भी 26 पे पहुंचा है। मैच तो वो हो गया 100।
संजू शायद।
Indraneel is back. He's back with his 7th consecutive over. A long shot by Alan Rose, connects it and out of the park, out of the side. Another 6 for him.
That's a fantastic stroke by the batsman. Got down on one knee and unleash the slog sweep. Comfortably clearing the boundary by a long margin. Gigantic 6. Pressure on the bowler now. Let's see how he responds to this counter attack from the batting team.
A scoop.
Brings out the scoop. The ball running towards the boundary. 3 people in pursuit of it. Brilliant commitment there from the keeper. Chasing the ball all the way to the boundary. Making that long sprint.
Just 2 by the batter. Alan Rose is making sure he keeps the strike. And he is keeping the strike.
Showing his skill with the bat here. Already done his bit with the ball. Now showing he can hit those long 6s. He can hit the big ball. Again goes down the ground. Again goes out of the park. Brilliant
What
shot.
a show. Alan Rose scallop show is going on in the Roshanara Club Stadium. He's hitting the ball. He's seeing the ball. He's connecting it and delivering it out of the park. Second 6 of this over.
Bowler under a bit of pressure now. Let's see how he responds. Again, this time the fielder settling under it. And he drops the catch. Brilliant effort there, but could not hold on to the ball there. Ball went over the rope.
And umpire signals 6. This is the third 6 of the over.
Brilliant hitting display here from Alan Rose.
Alan Rose reaches 40s. With this 6, he's completed 46. What a brilliant piece of skill he's showing here.
Next delivery this time.
Slashed it into the gap for a boundary. Fourth boundary of the over.
The bowler pulled his length back there, but still he was up to the task. Punched it beautifully off the back foot through the gap between cover and extra cover.
And a 50. What a magnificent 50 for Alan Rose. In a style. Flexing his skills. Beautiful 50. One-man army. Players
Great
came.
knock there from the batsman. Applauded by all the people in the ground.
Players came and went, but Alan Rose is still standing tall. But now, Urugala Jatunge will face Vivek Kumar. Vivek Kumar is back with his second spell. Maybe because Alan Rose seems to be quite comfortable with spin. And now he's targeting spinners like nothing. Alan Rose dropping some hints for the batter Urugala Jatunge to touch the ball and run. Alan Rose will convey the message to him to just touch the ball and give strike to him, as he is seeing a ball like a giant rock. And he is smashing the rocks like a hammer. Short ball, straight to the fielder. Plays a third mid. A straight drive. This, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. Still Urula Jatunge on strike. But as of now, Urula Jatunge seems very stable. Haven't played any irrational shot. Another solid defense. 4 balls down, 2 balls left. Flicked it over square leg, will get a boundary. Shot by Ugula Jatunge. And he gets the first boundary of his innings. This 10th wicket batting partnership is growing. 43-run partnership on just 20 balls. A solid defense. And that's the over. Now Alan Rose will face from the other end. After 26 overs, Sri Lanka 129 for 9.
Brilliant fight back from the Sri Lankan team so far. Next delivery, driven straight down the ground. Declines the single there. Wants to keep the strike, wants to play majority of the deliveries now. He's led the charge from the front. Alan Rose so far. They'll be looking to hit a couple of big hits here in this over. Looking to take the game forward. Bowler charging in. And he's blasted it down the ground. What a stroke. Mid-off was brought inside the circle. And he's hammered it over the fielder there. Getting a boundary.
Another 4 for Alan Rose Kalip. This man is blasting the Indian bowlers.
He's doing the unbelievable. He's played the reverse lap sweep there over third man.
What a
brilliant
what
stroke.
a unique shot.
Looks very easy on the eye, but trust me, it's a very difficult stroke to play there. The kind of speed the bowler's bowling at. My fellow commentator was just mentioning he might produce a Maxwell kind of innings, and he's repeating those kind of heroics there, playing shot by shot, the same shots.
Earlier he was targeting the spinners, and now pacers. Alan Rose seems to be unstoppable.
Goes deep into the crease and plays it down the ground. This time takes the single. Another big over for the Sri Lankan team.
And now Urugula Chatunge will face the last two balls of this over of Sanju Sharma. A message from Alan Rose Kalip. By the end of the 27th over, 138 for 9, Sri Lanka. And Alan Rose Kalip, the sole fighter of this match, still on the crease, fighting for his team, fighting for his nation. New bowling change. Kuldeep Singh comes in attack and will bowl to the set batter Alan Rose Kalip, batting on 59 runs, faced 40 deliveries with a strike rate of 147. Solid forward defense. Check the ball, check the length, another defense inside edge. Alan Rose would definitely want to come back for second, but Urvugula Chatunge wasn't even looking at him. And this is the moment for Team India. If they can take the wicket of Urvugula Chatunge, this wicket will bring this match to an end. Nicely played into the gap, towards the cover. Urvugula Chatunge will take the single and will rotate the strike and bring back set batter Alan Rose on the strike. Ball was definitely in the air for some time.
Was short and Vivek Kumar standing at long on could not fetch it. But this has been a great innings from Alan Rose. Counter-attacked when all the wickets were lost and has provided at least some consolation runs to the Sri Lankan innings. Chatunge is through the gap. The fielder will get to it from deep cover. It will be only a single.
And this will be the last ball of the over, the 28th over.
Alan Rose would like a single on the last ball. And yes, he does exactly the same.
Drives it towards long off and will take an easy single and will keep the strike in the next over. After 28 overs, Sri Lanka 143 for 9. Sri Lanka needs 161 runs of 132 balls. But the catch is, this is the last batting pair on the crease.
Their required rate nearly around 7.3.
Alan Rose keeping the hopes of his team alive here.
Batting 62 in just 44 deliveries.
Yashwant Naidu brought back into the attack for his 7th over of the game. I think that's what they needed, you know, a pair of fresh legs in pace. They brought in Vivek Kumar for a few overs, Sanju Sharma, and now Yashwant Naidu, their starting bowler who always bowls the first over for them, comes into the middle overs, probably looking for the final breakthrough that India need to complete in the second one-day international of this bilateral ODI series between the Indian Deaf cricket team and the Sri Lankan Deaf cricket team. Some minor fielding adjustments. Yashwant Naidu from over the wicket to Alan Rose Scallop.
Swing and miss.
Ball keeping a bit low there. Batsman expecting it to bounce a bit more.
Went for an expansive shot over the offside. Completely missed it. Yashwant Naidu to Caleb. This time that's a catch and that's been taken. That will be the end of the Sri Lankan innings.
And that is the game, set and match for Team India. India wins this match. Yashwant Naidu takes the wicket of Alan Rose Scallop on 62.
And India wins by 160 runs in the second one-day international and lead the series 2-0. A brilliant knock and then from Alan Rose Scallop as the whole Sri Lankan batting order had sunk into the pothole by losing wickets at regular intervals. He showed some glimpse of a silver lining for the Sri Lankan innings. And a good knock of 62 as we have the final handshakes between the players and the umpires. And we have match presentation joining you in a while.
And what a match it was, where we saw a century by Santosh Kumar Mahapatra, the young guy delivering in every match. 2 matches he had played. In a match he scored 81 and then 100. Then there is Umar Ashraf, second consecutive half century. And then came the lower middle order batter Abhishek Singh, scored 65 runs.
A good match of cricket between us. India dominated the majority of the game, but that is still a win for them. So many standout performers in this team.
And then with ball, Yashwant Naidu delivers 2 wickets. Vivek Kumar went, took none of the wickets in this match. But definitely Sanju Sharma took 3 wickets. And Indraneel Khan took 3 wickets in this match. And with this victory, India leads 2-0 in this series between Sri Lanka and India. But yet, there are 3 matches remaining. Let's see who
तारे गिन गिन याद च तेरी मैं तां जागर रातां नूं रोक ना पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं तारे गिन गिन याद च तेरी मैं तां जागर रातां नूं रोक ना पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं हो 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 इश्क तेरा तड़पावे हो हो इश्क तेरा तड़पावे हो हो इश्क तेरा तड़पावे हो इश्क तेरा
आप कैसे कौन करेगा आज आउटरो? यार बहुत टफ हो गया, तो ट्रांसलेटर भी नहीं है हमारा। हाँ जो प्लेयर्स को बताए। तो मैच कौन है? वाला ही होगा। हेलो हेलो हेलो, कौन है?
अरे वो बुला रहे हैं, देख बुला रहे हैं। ले जा आप बताओ, साथ में चलो ना। संजू शर्मा बताओ क्या उसने किया?
नंबर 303 143 पे ऑल आउट कर दिया। 143 पे ऑल आउट कर दिया।
ट्रांसलेटर नहीं है, केवल अनाउंस।
से पूछ सकते हो कि मैन ऑफ द मैच को बुलाना है? बुलाना है मैन ऑफ द मैच को? बुला लेना। यशो मिस्टर रॉयल ट्रेजरर पेन देना।
वो ऐसी क्या है वो डिफरेंट
पेन ले लेना।
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the post-match presentation of the one-day international cricket match between the Indian Deaf cricket team and the Sri Lankan Deaf cricket team here at the Roshanara Stadium in New Delhi. In the morning, in the second ODI between them in the bilateral ODI series, Sri Lanka won the toss and opted to field first. India, batting first, posted 303 runs for the loss of 6 wickets in the 50 overs they were provided with Santosh Mohapatra scoring a well-made century and Abhishek Singh and Umar Ashraf both contributing with half-centuries. Sealant from Sri Lanka was the pick of the bowlers who picked up 3 wickets for them. Sri Lanka, chasing the target, began their chase positively but kept losing wickets at regular intervals, hampering their chase with only 2 batsmen scoring in double digits. Alan Rose Caleb was the pick among them as he scored a blistering, hard-hitting half-century. Sanju Sharma and Indra Nalil both picked up 3 important wickets for India as Sri Lanka was bowled out for just a mere 143 runs as India won the second international between India and Sri Lanka with 160 runs. I invite Mr. Arun Goyal, Treasurer of Indian Deaf Cricket Association, to present the Man of the Match award. The man of the match for today's match is Santosh Kumar Mohapatra, who scored a brilliant century, 100 runs, including in the second one-day international, India won by 160 runs and lead the bilateral ODI series 2-0. Thank you everyone for joining us for the presentation as we will be back in action with the third one-day international on the 5th of December. Thank you.